All right. Hello, everybody. First of all, welcome. Welcome to the Q&A. Hello. I shouldn't be muted. uh, this is a new PC, guys. Pretty much a beast of a machine, but I'm just getting it all set up, and it's my first time actually streaming from here, so I do want to do an audio check. I want to make sure I'm not blowing you guys up or anything like that. I can adjust anything that's needed to be adjusted, right? So please do not be afraid of letting me know in the chat that something's out, something's off. It's either too loud, too low, or anything like that. Right now it's just me, but in a moment we'll be hopping into a call to have our hosts, plural, join up, and we'll be doing a Q&A here in a bit. But okay, everybody's saying it's sounding great, which is fantastic. When they do hop in, I want you to tell me though if they sound okay, because I want to make sure you guys can hear them obviously as loud as I am, or clearly enough where it's not like imbalanced or anything like that. Yes, plural host, indeed, plural host. I'll show you in a bit who it's gonna be, but I think you guys will enjoy it. They're both great people, great friends. I think it's gonna be very interesting, very interesting. Guys, thank you so much for everything that you have put forward here in just this short time that we've been live already. Flaming Cornbread with a couple of gifted subs. Appreciate you very much. 9 hours ago, Heavy Metal Kittens as well with the resub. Thank you so much. All the biddies coming in. 10,000 bits by Dr. Drildo. Thank you so much. And then, wait, Twitch? Oh, Twitch added 1,000 bits to Dr. Drildo's cheer. Holy shit. Interesting. Okay, that's fucking cool. Rentex with the resub. Appreciate you. Also gifted, or cheered, 500 bits, Rentex. I appreciate you. And then Twitch added 100 to that. Jesus, what the Twitch is doing? God damn. And Am Awkward subscribed as well at tier 1. Thank you so much. Welcome, Am Awkward. Welcome. But yeah, we are live. I'm also hoping, guys, that the issue that I used to have with the stream where it would drop randomly, I'm hoping that was a hardware issue. We'll see. I guess this is a kind of a test run for that as well. So I really hope that was the issue. If not, we're going to have to figure out what the fuck the problem really is. But yeah, we'll see. I guess we'll see. We will see, indeed. MLY Mel. I'm just gonna call you Mel. Thank you as well for continuing that gifted sub that you got from Amanda. Appreciate you. I appreciate you. Press coming in with the resub as well. Hello. All right, guys. Let's bring them in. First of all, let me put the stuff up. This is gonna reveal who it is. But here we go. Got a nice little overlay. It's looking good. We're going to bring in Tiny and Saturn here in a little bit. I'm going to call them on Discord. Here we go. All right? Let me call them in. It's ringing. You can't hear it, but it's ringing.
Hello.
What
the hell's going on here? I was sleeping.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, guys.
How you doing?
Audio check, guys. Are they sounding okay?
What a beautiful day for a Q&A. You know what I'm talking about?
Beautiful day. Sunny out. It's nice and breezy, beautiful day. All right. Well, everybody, welcome. Tiny, Saturn, thank you so much, by the way, for hosting this and helping me out with this. I really appreciate it. I don't know how this works. Honestly, I've only seen like a couple of the Q&As we've done. I don't know how you guys want to, I don't know. How does it work?
Tiny, how does it work?
Well, let me first say it is an honor to be here with these two esteemed streamers here, two esteemed role players. All right. Whenever you're ready, we can get right into the questions. Let me tell you, they were coming fast. They were coming hard for you, Croc. All right. There's a lot of questions.
Okay. I guess that's a good thing. I don't know how long we're gonna go for, but I guess the longer the better. I guess that's fine.
Let me get in the mind of the Q&A here. How you feeling?
I'm feeling okay.
What's going through you right now?
I'm feeling okay. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling like people are gonna have some good questions. I think it's gonna be interesting.
Are you nervous?
No, not really. No, it's a little. Okay. I guess just the normal nervousness that comes with streaming, but that's okay. That's whatever.
Okay.
I remember you mentioned. I haven't read all. I haven't seen any. Honestly, the vast majority of the questions. But I remember you said and mentioned a couple, which I think there's also going to be some funny questions in there, which is going to be cool. So
Before we get into it, I gotta ask: how many angle questions are you anticipating?
like 80% of them, I expect them to be about the angle.
Oh god.
All right, so we got plenty of questions here on the Discord. People, of course, in chat. If you thought of a question, you haven't put it in, feel free to throw it in there. And the mods will eventually cut it off, but feel free to get your last minute questions in. And then it's up to you, Croc, if you'd also like to answer questions from chat here and there, or if you prefer everybody goes to the Discord and puts them in.
I think it would probably be easier even for you guys as well, just if everything goes through the Discord. But if we run out of questions there and want to keep going, then we can open up chat as well. But for sure, guys, chat. If you guys want to put in questions now that you're thinking of, then put them in the Discord if you got them now. And if not, towards the end, if you come up with like last minute questions, we can maybe do them through chat. But most of them should come through the Discord, I think.
Beautiful. All right. Saturn, you want to kick us off? As long as Croc is ready.
Ooh, are you ready? So
ready,
just
yeah.
so I have this right, Tiny, I start from the very top.
But,
Yep.
guys, can you hear my
Very top,
keyboard?
and we'll work our way down.
Okay.
Can you guys hear my
Alright.
keyboard, by the way?
First question. How is
Okay, I gotta
Vito
fix that.
such a saint?
The first question is, how is Vito such a saint?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
the question.
This comes from Sword Song.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if we're including the names.
Yeah.
So here's
Okay.
the thing. I don't know what that means, because I hear people say like Carlo's a saint, but fucking Carlo ain't a saint. And so if you're using like Vito being a saint in the same way, I don't know what that means.
Well, if it helps, the entire question is in all caps.
I don't know if that does help.
Yeah. With 13 little Halo Angel reacts.
13.
Okay,
Yeah, it's a lot.
so for sure thing is saying Vito can do no wrong. No, Vito ain't a saint then. No, Vito's done plenty wrong for sure. Yeah, I mean he's definitely not a saint. He's definitely not a saint. There's no way.
Hmm.
Vito is definitely morally tainted. Vito does things for a lot of selfish and self-interested reasons, and obviously for the family and all that. So he's definitely not a saint. He ain't a saint.
All right. Playing the bad boy card on the audience. Okay.
You're goddamn right. By the way, guys,
You want to
guys
do
want
like
music? You
every
wanna, like-
other Saturn?
Yeah, sure. Like what? Like you do one, I do one, you do one.
Yeah,
I
you
do
want to
one.
do it like that?
Yeah, we can.
Although
do that.
I feel like if it's about Juno, we gotta have you. We have to have you.
I
Sure.
can put in some like
Yeah, we
low
can do
music if
that.
you guys want.
Cool. All right. Well, this next question comes from Myth. What is Vito's favorite breakfast food?
What a what a
Good
weird question.
Yeah. How much backstory have you really added to this character?
The little details matter, man.
Yeah, you should know this right off the cuff.
Exactly, straight off the rip.
He likes scrambled eggs with cheese and ham and some chorizo on the side, yeah, that's it. That's his favorite breakfast. All right.
He's a chorizo guy.
So does
Big
he have
chorizo
like
fan.
a certain type of bread with the eggs, or is it just straight up just eggs, no bread?
No, I guess we can add some bread. Bread's good.
What kind of bread?
Just normal bread.
What is normal bread?
Just
Bro,
normal.
we talking white? We talking whole wheat? We got rye on the menu.
No,
Seeded
white. No, just white bread.
bagels?
Just white bread. Just normal white bread.
Vito
I don't
would.
know enough about pastries, or this isn't pastries. Whatever, bread. I don't know enough about bread. I gotta study my bread so I can fucking make some lore.
Okay. We moving on?
Yep.
Why are oaths so important to Vito?
Why are oaths so important to Vito? Okay, that's a good question. Well, there's backstory to Vito, right? There's backstory with the DiCenzo name. Obviously, for those of you that know, we've been role-playing a DiCenzo kind of legacy for, in terms of lore for 120-something years. starting with Cesare and Santino and Wild. That obviously leads up to the current day, present day characters, which are Luciano and Vito. So there's a history there of mafia, of organized crime and stuff like that. Vito being the older brother, probably knows more about the family history and was maybe more involved more with his father than Luciano would be. So oaths are something that he's acutely aware of and understands the importance of them. So obviously he wants to push for something like that at some point. If we're going to organize ourselves and make ourselves kind of like an extension of that legacy and continue it, then we have to focus on oaths and stuff like that. So there's lore that I think will be revealed over time, right? We're kind of dripping it in as we go, but yeah, that's the reason. Oaths are important, super important.
Yeah, that definitely feels like a core concept to Vito for sure.
Indeed, yeah, it's definitely a core concept with regards to the family for sure. Yeah.
Our next question comes from Spaghetti, and he asks why.
Okay. Well, I will reply with a why not, Spaghetti. Okay, why the fuck not? You know,
that's a good answer.
It's the best I can do with that one.
A good answer.
Okay,
Fucking Spaghetti. Play Sammy, by
sorry,
the way.
I forgot to mention
I think that's
the previous question, the oaths one, that was from Astro. This next one is from Swords again. Do you find it funny that Vito's full name translates to the one who wins, but the dude has had to fight for his life pretty much every day he wakes up?
Oh my
A mega
god.
lol.
That is the true irony, isn't it? Jeez, dude. With Vito, we've taken so many L's. It's like impossible sometimes to not take an L. I either take an L with the family, or with like a specific person, like with Luch or somebody, and then I guess I stay neutral with Juno or something or somebody else or the other way around, you know. But there's never a fucking like we win. We felt good after everything. The irony of it, yeah, I do find it funny. I do find that funny that Vittorio, the name, does translate to something like little winner or something like that, or little victorious person. But yeah, we take a lot of L's, unfortunately, in different ways. It's funny for sure. It's very ironic, very very ironic.
All right. Our next one comes from Evil Monkey 04. Will Vito ever let happiness be a part of the equation? I'd like to tack on to that. Will Vito ever let her love him?
Just let her love you.
Just let her love you, Vito.
That's a good question. Will Vito ever let happiness be a part of the equation?
Yeah.
I can't say. I think it depends on a lot of the RP that happens between now and whatever moment we decide to reconsider the intricacies of the equation. But for now, no. For now, I would say no. Vito isn't necessarily concerned about his own personal, emotional well-being long-term, his psychological well-being long-term. It's not really... He's got a mindset. He's got a mindset that's hard to break, where it's like everything is in service of this idea, this legacy idea, right? Even though it wasn't their plan initially to continue that legacy, now that it is, he's hyper focused on that, and everything in his life is kind of going to be focused on that. And so happiness doesn't factor into that, you know. If sacrifices have to be made, then fuck, happiness is the first one out the window. Dude, fuck that. It's not necessary. You don't need that, you know. Vito's mindset, of course, right? So.
Right.
Okay. Next question. This is from Coke, but also from Myth. Myth wants to know, does Vito own arseless chaps? If so, how many pairs? You're welcome, Myth.
I'm sorry, what?
They asked the question, man. Does he own any arseless chaps?
That's Coke asking on behalf of Myth. He's right there in chat.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's shy about it, though. He's saying it's not, but it is.
I don't know what assless chaps are. I'm sorry. I don't. let me Google it. I guess here. Okay, hold on.
Incognito mode.
You're gonna Google it? Yeah, Google it real quick.
Incognito mode.
Yeah,
Do you
go
want? I
ahead and
shouldn't have
Google
this
it.
in my history.
Yeah, keep that on straight up. Yeah, don't show screen.
Yeah, don't share it on screen.
Oh my god.
There you go.
Oh my god.
How you doing?
This is a thing. What the fuck is this?
Of course, it's a thing.
Everything's a thing.
Okay, I did not do that in incognito, so that I am gonna get some weird suggestions on like Instagram or whatever. Look at these nice assless chaps, huh? You want to buy some of these now? Well, let's just say that that's not exactly Vito's style. You know, yeah, that's the answer to the question. What a bizarre question on behalf of Myth.
On behalf of Myth, yeah.
Thank you, Myth. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Dude, this just loosely related. One of
Coke
the funniest scenes, I think, in all of 3.0 was when we got a frantic call to pick up Vito. We drive up and it's Juno's house and he comes running out in underwear and just the cowboy hat.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I was dying.
Was that at the Mirror Park house?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Those are the
Oh
Mirror
my
Park
god,
Yeah.
the cowboy hat wasn't even Juno's. That was Tessa's.
It was
Oh,
so
no.
funny though. Oh, Tessa was your roommate?
Yeah, she was staying with Juno.
That's so funny, yeah.
I totally copped that hat for like a day, and then Juno got so pissed she asked me to give it back. Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah, she was like, "That's my friend's dead dad's hat," or something like that.
yeah. But yeah, leaving it up to the imagination, Tiny. You know, I don't. What was Vito doing coming out in his underwear and a cowboy hat?
With
in there?
that hat,
what
yeah.
was going on in that house? What was going on in there? You don't know. There's
This
mystery
is
there.
so funny. Our next question comes from Turnip. What are Vito's thoughts on marriage, and why does he call them tragedies?
Calls them tragedies.
I think I called them. Yeah, I think I called them tragedies after we went to Juno and Vito went to that one wedding, right? I think that's when I called them tragedies, right? Right, chat? If you guys know. Well, because weddings are tragedies. Weddings just, I think it was more of a joke. Weddings are tragedies, okay? It's when people, you know, you get married, then you lose, you lose a person, you know? It's like it's it's kind of like a guy thing where like you're losing your friend to marriage, you know what I mean? It's more like they take it as more like a jokingly negative thing, you know, like we're losing our boy. She's taking him from us or something like that. So that was more of a joke there, guys. It's a little bit of a tragedy, but more of like a jokingly way. But marriage is important to Vito. Marriage is important to Vito in the sense of, you know, when somebody gets married to somebody else, it should be taken as a serious thing. And it's also them kind of conjoining their families, right? The whole idea, at least in Vito's mind, is that marriage should be a continuation also of a legacy, right? That's kind of the point. You get married, you start a family, etc. So that should be important. The person you're getting married to is somebody's, obviously it's got to be super important. It's got to be the right person. So it's an important concept to Vito for sure. Yeah.
Okay. This next question is from Myth.
It's technically
on behalf of
Rogue,
Coke.
true.
Coke wanted to know that actually I wanted to know if Vito likes patterned socks.
So wait, that's Myth on behalf of Coke now.
But actually it's on behalf of Myth.
But it's actually just Myth. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
No, I would say no. Vito does not like patterned socks.
Vito don't like patterned socks?
No. Why would you wear patterned socks? Who does that? That's like wearing a checkered tie. Who would do that? Who would do such a thing?
Jeez. All right, okay. All right, I'm filing that in the
Flaming
bank.
cornbread me. All the why nots.
Astro asks, well, you know, you said no, but Astro asks, and if so, do his socks match?
Look, All right, Vito's got black socks and a black tie. That's it. That's what his wardrobe is made out of in terms of ties and socks. So they do match, actually, technically.
Okay, yeah, there you go.
This next question is from Stereo.
Classic basic, yeah.
What will it take for Vito to realize that Carlo is a saint who does no wrong?
Wow.
Good question.
The Carlo sympathizers are in there.
I'm shaking my head.
I'm shaking my head too. I'm SMH my head, dude. Carlo's not a saint, all right? Carlo's not a saint. Jura, no. Jura, Carlo's not a saint.
Tiny's now in the Carlos Not a Saint team.
Yeah. Now
Ever
Tiny
since the wedding.
Nah, Tiny has seen it. Tiny knows now.
Tiny feels the pain. Tiny is Vito now.
Yeah, Tiny got vetoed in the worst way. But sorry, what was the question? If I think that Vito will ever see Carlo as a saint? Probably not. Probably not ever. No. Unless some extreme stuff, redemption stuff happens with Vito and Carlo somehow. But we'll see. I guess we'll see. 4.0 is literally tomorrow, so we'll see. It's been 5 years, Jura. True. Well, that's true. So coming into 4.0, like we're supposed to like let go of grudges and stuff like that. All right. So I'm not gonna be like Carlo, buddy, best friend or anything like that. But we'll start a clean slate with Carlo, probably. You know what I mean? We'll start a clean slate. I have made Vito on 4.0. Yes, I actually just got that
one
done.
Comes from Grell. Cereal first or milk first?
Cereal first. Obviously, If you put your milk first, you're a psychopath. You're an absolute fucking psychopath.
I'm with you on that.
I'm gonna butcher this person's name. Nephilim?
I think that's right. Yeah.
When is the Croc Saturn duet?
Oh God, we still have to do that.
That's on you, man.
That's on me. Yeah. So we have talked about it. We have kind of a plan going, but it is on me. You're absolutely right, Saturn. It's on me. But my guitar is not sounding very good right now, so I have to get it fixed up before I record anything. But it's on it's on a timetable, right? It's on there, right? So soon.
Hell yeah.
Soon.
Dude, you're a good musician, man. I love listening to you play.
I appreciate
little
that.
snippets we get.
I got to do more of those.
Yeah, for sure. The Alley Rose asks, is there a process that you go through to create your amazing characters? And if so, what is the hardest part of that process?
Oh, that is a good question. I do tend to spend time on character creation, in terms of like personality and traits and what kind of person, just who they are, basically. I always want to stay true to the legacy of the DiCenzo name and all that. So there's certain traits that I think for me are important for the story and all that. And I try to embody. So with Z, it's always, we've always, if you look back at Cesare and Santino, there's always kind of a dichotomy between the two characters. They're not the same, right? They have very, very different temperaments, and they're almost, and we say this in game all the time, in Wild, and hopefully at some point we'll say it all the time in NoPixel as well, but we're two sides of the same coin, right? We're kind of like a yin and a yang sort of thing. And so, that's the kind of character creation or story, personality trait creation or whatever that we go with when it comes to character creation. So I try to stick true to that. I don't want to be necessarily opposed to whatever Z does with his characters, but definitely a contrast between the two. And I do put some thought in it. For those of you that don't know, I've been writing out kind of like an outline of the DiCenzo story for a while now, and it does span for about 120 years. And so obviously we got characters in Wild and we got characters in NoPixel, and there's characters in between and stuff like that. And it's an ever-evolving story as well, because I like letting the RP influence the story a little bit, because there's a lot of stuff that happens in RP that's unexpected. And I think it's interesting to add stuff like that to a story because it's like, whoa, shit, that was a great storyline. That'd be great to have in the official lore or something like that. So it's an ever evolving story, and I use that to kind of base my character creation off of, right? So yeah, I put some thought in it for sure. Yeah, it does take me a while. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. It's a very dynamic process, I imagine, too. All the different moving parts to making a new character. Because I've heard so many people comment on how different Sonny and Vito is, you know, and I
Yes.
can tell a lot of those differences are intentional, obviously.
Yes, for sure. Especially with Vito. I said this on stream as well many times, but I Vito was very much a molded character already. He was who he was, and I definitely wanted to play things that were opposite to what Santino was.
Mm.
Did I say Vito just now? Sorry, I meant Santino. Santino was very much molded, and he was what he was. But with Vito, I wanted to play something that was opposite. So whereas Santino was not or wasn't emotional, is not emotional, or doesn't succumb to feelings, right? Or doesn't feel things like love or whatever. I wanted Vito to at least to be able to explore that avenue of RP before maybe becoming colder or less open to it. So for sure, yeah, there's definitely a contrast between Sonny and Vito. Very big contrast. Very, very big.
You know what I find so cool about that? And it's funny because the three of us were having this conversation just the other day about the mafia and why it's changed so much over decades and generations and things like that, right? I love that Santino being a forefather of Vito. It's sort of like this generational difference as well, you know, so far removed, 100 years removed.
Yeah.
And it's so cool that he's just completely his own person in so many ways.
Yeah, of course. Of course. I mean, 100, that's 120 years is a
120,
massive, massive time gap. And just the cultures of the time periods are so extremely different.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. I love that the character development like reflects that in a lot of ways.
For sure, yeah.
So this next question is from Flame and Cornbread. To what depth has
Gina
Vino
did that.
changed Vito's perspective on relationship and business?
Ooh, that's an interesting question. I don't want to spoil too much about the characters and oof. So wait, so the question again is what to what point has Vino changed Vito's approach to relationships and business?
Yeah, the depth of the relationship, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, sorry, to what depth has the relationship changed Vito's perspective on relationships and business?
Well, Vito is a very you've seen this as well, Saturn through Juno. Vito's a very logical guy, right? He's very much based on reason and stuff like that. And so I think Vito with the whole relationship with Juno has I don't know.
I mean, if you think this is going to spoil something that's going to be revealed in 4.0, then I would hold off on explaining it unless there's a way around it.
Let's just say that right now Vito's in a position where he believes that the relationship can actually be beneficial to business, and that they're not mutually exclusive. Unlike Sonny, right, who would say something like, "Let's just cut it out. There's no reason to have the relationship at all, or a relationship at all. Just focus 100% on business." Vito at this point is more of like, "Hey, this can actually complement. They can complement each other. It's not. I don't have to create a line here. I can do both, and I can." Yeah, like I said, they can complement each other. One could be beneficial for the other, right? So that's where Vito is right now. We'll see where that goes with the future and how things develop. But that's where he is right now. Vito is definitely considering both as complements to each other, not one detriments the other necessarily. Vito doesn't see it like that at the moment.
Yeah. That's interesting. This next one comes from Myth. Does Vito have a middle name? And if so, what is it?
Oh, interesting. No, Vito does not have a middle name. That is an interesting concept, though.
L Taker.
L Taker? Vito L Taker DiCenzo? Yeah. That would be a great middle name. No, but no middle name. Vito is just Vittorio DiCenzo. That's it. Simple. First name, last name. That's it. Vito L. DiCenzo. Vito LLLL
Astro
DiCenzo.
asks, was Vito closer to his mother or father growing up?
Vito was closer to his father growing up, for sure. There's lore there still to be revealed, so I don't want to dive into that.
I mean, I guess I kind of have a
Interesting.
follow-up question to that.
Mm-hmm.
Was he closer to his father in an emotional capacity or his mum?
That's an interesting question.
Yeah.
That's a very interesting question. Okay, so no, Vito was close to his father in a non-emotional way. But he was closer with his mother emotionally. Yeah, that would make sense with what I've thought out for that story. Yeah.
Okay.
What's up, InstaFuzz?
This
Thank you
one
so much
comes
for the
from
resub. I
Sword
appreciate you.
Song. Okay, this has been killing me for almost a year now. What was Sonny's plan the day he almost went out west solo after KG shot down Cesare?
What was Sonny's plan when he went out solo west? Oh my god, that was a long time ago. What was my plan? What was my plan? Oh, yeah, I was pissed. I was gonna go out there and try to take somebody down. I was out there to kill. I was out there to kill. I was hoping to get stragglers and shit like that, and just kind of pick them off one by one. You know, do some shadowy like guerrilla warfare kind of thing where you pick up the weaklings or the stragglers and all that. Yeah, I was gonna go out and live in the desert for a while basically by myself, but that didn't happen. Somebody stopped me. Somebody stopped me from doing it. But I was definitely gonna do some violent shit out there or try to. Probably failed miserably if I would have tried, but hey, that was the intention.
Okay.
Evil Monkey asks, I got a similar question. What was Vito gonna do with the shotty after Juno got shot?
Oh yeah, people kept asking about the shoddy, and I avoided that. I avoided that question in chat.
I'm assuming this is when Juno got shot at Little Italy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I had a shoddy with me, and I carried it with me for a while. There was a few things that I wanted to do with that shoddy. I don't know if I should say though. You know, there's a few things, but number one, no, I'll say it. Fine. It's all in the past now. I guess with 3.0 being over. I was definitely gonna shoot Harry Brown if I saw him. I was definitely gonna shoot Harry Brown, or Saab Al Saab. I was waiting for a chance to shoot one of them with the shoddy.
That makes sense.
That could have changed a lot.
Yeah.
I think it would have changed a lot. Yeah, I think it could
That
have
would
changed
be
a lot.
a whole can of worms, man.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, think of yeah, that would have completely changed the outcome of everything. I think that would have been crazy if I managed to do that. Yeah. What stopped me and then eventually I put the shoddy away and all that was well we made up with Luciano. Vito made up with Luciano, and once that happened, it seemed kind of pointless to if I'm gonna make up with Luciano and then everything's gonna be good. It seemed kind of counterintuitive to then go and shoot Harry anyway. Like you know that just wouldn't have helped anything if I had already committed to improving things with the family. So yeah.
Grella
Langston doesn't
asks,
care.
why does Vito
did
keep
shoot- oh,
making
shit,
these
yeah,
really
okay.
bad jokes to Juno, making himself always have to try and fix it?
There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. No, you know, people who watch my streams sometimes know that I do it on purpose. I do it on purpose. You know, sometimes I don't know. Maybe I like taking those L's. You know what I mean? Maybe that's it. Maybe I'm just addicted to those L's with Juno. Sometimes things are just going too well. Things are things are going too smooth with Juno, and so I decide, hey, you know what? I'm gonna mention headphones again. Oh, let me quickly call
Jesus
Daphne or whatever, and
Christ.
then it's like, oh fuck, here we go. Um,
That's so funny.
Yeah, yeah. I do find them. I do find those moments funny. Obviously, we're talking about um, Juno tripping out with something, or I just piss Juno off, obviously, with something that Vito does, and I find it funny. I find it funny. I'm sorry, Saturn. I apologize.
Yeah, you should be sorry, man. No, I'm kidding. Next question is from Stereo. Has it been difficult playing a more civilian-focused character who isn't really quick to anger like Sunny tended to be? Have you ever had to check yourself in the moment because you were so used to playing Sunny?
Yes, I have to I've had to check myself a couple of times, and it's probably the times where well, you Saturn have probably seen like Vito maybe getting angry, like actually noticing that shit he's actually pissed off at something like that. That's Sunny coming out through me, um, and I've tried to always like avoid that because again I don't want to play Sunny. I don't want to play Sunny again, right? There's some things about Sunny that I really enjoyed, and I'll probably eventually incorporate them into Vito, but. I've definitely had to like check myself and be like, shit, this is not something Vito would be doing. Vito wouldn't be, getting this angry or whatever. Or yeah, so I've kind of had to check myself with certain things for sure. Yeah. What was the first part of the question again? Sorry.
It was, has it been difficult playing a more civilian-focused character who isn't really quick to anger like Sunny tended to be?
Right. So Vito is definitely extremely patient, and I say that probably on behalf of everybody as well. You guys all know Vito is perhaps too patient, and yeah, that's I don't know if that's at this point a like a positive trait or a negative trait. So it's something I've thought about a little bit with his patience. About I don't know if I should tweak that or not, but yeah, very patient. It's not been difficult playing a civilian character though, and it's not been difficult for I think a good reason. It's because with Sunny, I was Sunny, and I'm a fucking criminal, and I would be okay to doing a whole bunch of shit. Obviously, we had our limitations with Wild. We would be avoid things like robbing banks and all that, but we were still criminals. I had no problem shooting somebody down and getting arrested for it with Sunny. Not a problem at all. With Vito, I've actually enjoyed staying away from things like that because it's a whole different avenue of RP. I played Sunny for 2 years, more than 2 years, and it was just like it's not that I was tired of it, but it's kind of repetitive. It's the same thing. Now with Vito, it's a completely different avenue of RP, so it's not more difficult. I've actually really enjoyed it. I've enjoyed following the civilian, quote unquote clean side of the RP, right? And I put clean in quotes because despite that, Vito is a criminal. Vito is definitely a criminal, and he does criminal things even though he's quote unquote clean. It's just not the same criminal things that I did with Sunny. So it's refreshing, So that's not it's not been difficult.
Yeah.
Guys, can you hear the fire?
Nephilim
Cackling?
asks, will we
Cackling
ever
in the
get to
video.
see the DiCenzo lore book?
Nice. Okay. The DiCenzo lore book. I don't know. So I've always wanted it. I don't have anything extremely polished that I would be comfortable sharing, right? And I've always avoided the idea of like publishing something or showing something that people would take as maybe just like, okay, this is rock solid lore, this is rock solid history or whatever. And the reason for that is the same reason I brought up earlier. Is that the the story is dynamic. I change things. I go back and I say, this thing that happened in RP would be great to add to it. And so I don't want to publish something and then be like, okay, no, but now the RP has made me want to change it, and then I go back and change something that I've already showed people, right? Like I don't want to do that. So I've avoided doing that. And maybe at some point, but I wouldn't, guys. I wouldn't like hold, like I wouldn't expect anything to come out in the near future. Just probably long term at some point. I'll definitely publish stuff that I feel like I can share without a risk of having to edit it afterwards, right? So when I have something polished, yes, I will share it. I think you guys would enjoy that.
All right, hell yeah.
This next question is from Slapchop. Why does Vito want kids? Purely for the continuation of the family name and bloodline?
Yes, yeah, for sure, of course. I mean, isn't that the reason everybody wants kids? Maybe subconsciously. Shit. All right. Yeah, of course. Yeah. You want kids to continue your bloodline. They're a continuation of yourself, right? Well, if you want kids, that would be the reason why, right? Yeah, Vito wants a continuation of the legacy, of course. Yeah. Unlike Sonny, who's not necessarily him himself is not. Sonny himself is not concerned about having kids and continuing the bloodline. So
Mm.
he puts that responsibility on others, or another rather.
Okay, all right. Claire asks, are there any other people that Sonny feels remorse for killing other than Maxine?
Oh, that's a good question. That is a good question. I would say no, no remorse, specifically remorse. No. Sonny was extremely cold. Became extremely cold after Maxine, like
Mm.
stone fucking cold. It doesn't mean that he didn't feel other things with other murders that he committed, and other people that died either to his hand or to the family's hand afterwards. Um, he felt other things. Mainly, I'll be honest, mainly with family members. I mean, Olivia's death, for example, was extremely impactful for Sonny. But remorse, no. If Sonny would do it again without a doubt, without thinking about it. Um, there's no remorse in that, right? But he did feel other things with Olivia dying. Obviously, it's a painful thing for him, but not remorse. Remorse is a very specific emotion that I don't think Sonny is even capable of feeling at this point.
Interesting.
Astro asks, when Vito was explaining his worldview to Juno, he so quickly answered that the correct term for his worldview was sociopathy. Did Vito ever consider that he might be a sociopath? And if so, how did that make him feel?
um, um, I don't think.
I mean,
Go ahead. You're gonna say something. Go ahead.
no, I wasn't.
Um, fuck. That's an interesting one. Well, so sociopathy, or whatever. How do you say it?
I
Sociopathy.
don't know.
It's an interesting thing for Vito to discuss, but I think his stance on it kind of sums it up with the question he asked Juno the other day in the bar, and it's does a sociopath know he's a sociopath, and if he does, wouldn't that, I mean, I feel like if you know you're a sociopath, you're conscious of it, right? Like you don't then you're not necessarily that you're not a sociopath then, right? Because you're kind of aware of it. I don't know. I feel like a sociopath is somebody who does all of these things and just simply isn't aware of it. It is who they are. For them, it's like an absolute normal thing, right? But with Vito, Vito's aware that what he does is not normal. Vito's very intentional with a lot of things that he does. He knows he's able to manipulate people. He knows that he can do this through this act of consciously suppressing his emotions in times, and consciously abusing emotions with other people, or consciously manipulating people through emotions and social interactions. He's conscious when he does it. So if he's conscious when he does it, is he a sociopath? Is a sociopath conscious that they're doing that? Like, I don't know that I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, but
I don't think it I think adding that question of are they still sociopaths if they're aware of it, I think that question causes more questions within. So I guess maybe does he recognize that he may have traits that are common with a sociopath?
Yeah, but it's like, so would you call them traits if you're intent? So like, let's say you, Saturn, right? Like you're a nice person, right? I mean,
Okay, thanks.
you're a good person. You're a nice person, right? Like you're well-meaning and you do things everything in a positive way, right? But if you, Saturn, were to send like were to suddenly for some reason decide to be really mean on purpose one day with somebody, and you're doing that on purpose, like for whatever reason, you wouldn't qualify yourself then as a mean person, right? Like you're doing something on purpose for a specific intention, a specific objective, even though you yourself are not that, right? I kind of feel like that's where sorry, not Sonny, Vito lies, where he's not necessarily this kind of abusive person with emotions and social contracts and social interactions, but he does that on purpose for self benefit. He does that on purpose for the benefit of things like the family and himself and you know everything. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes complete sense.
Like he's aware of the implications of it all, but he doesn't necessarily believe that he is those things. He just does them on purpose, you know?
Okay. Then I guess with Astro, with the tail end of that question, there's a question. If so, how did that make him feel? Like I guess then if because like Juno mentioned it, right? Potentially associating him with this with a sociopath. How did that make him feel then?
Well, I mean, it's obviously not a nice thing to be called a sociopath, right? If somebody calls you a sociopath, you're like, well, fuck you, dude. That's not what are you talking about. But he didn't think too much of it because again, I think Vito, I'm definitely trying to play the character in a way that he's aware of all these things. And you know, if you in your example that the analogy I made with you, Saturn, if I call you then a mean person or you're an asshole, whatever, based on the actions that you took on that one moment you decided to do that on purpose, then you wouldn't be two phased about it because you know that's not really you, right? So same kind of
Mm.
thing. Vito just doesn't necessarily think he's a psychopath. You know, clinically, I guess, right? He's just maybe acting in a sociopathic way, but not that's not necessarily him.
Okay.
That's his perspective anyway. And I think King of the North right there poses a good thing there, right? And he's saying, can he stop doing it if needed? If not, then sociopath. Sorry. The answer is yes, of course. Vito can stop doing it if needed. So yeah, there. I think if that's true, then King of the North, and then Vito is not indeed a sociopath.
All right, it's interesting. That's very interesting. All right, I gotta disclaimer this next question. All right, this is a tradition amongst all the Q&As, at least that I've been a part of.
Oh, it's a cliff question, isn't it?
If Tinta and Luciana were hanging off a cliff, this comes from Pickaloos. Who's getting saved?
Dinta, 100%, like without a doubt, dude. Luciano? We're talking about Luciano, not my brother, not my real life brother here, right? Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah, no,
if I had to
Luciano.
choose between my real life cat and Z's fictional RP character, fuck Luciano, dude. Get him the fuck out of here. He's dying. He's dying and he's landing on like a spike trap or something at the very bottom of a very tall cliff. So my baby Tinta, don't touch it. Don't fuck with her, dude.
Um,
The way you said if I have to choose between my real life cat was his fictional RP character, fucking killed me. So funny.
it's from Turnip. Is Vito's continuous smoking and drinking changing him in brackets like actions or in any way?
So I'm gonna go back to I'm gonna go back to the intentionality of things and the fact that Vito is now smoking and drinking is an intentional thing. He's not addicted. He's not just, he's not doing it because he's stressed or anything like that. He's doing it on purpose because
Mhm.
for him the smoking and the drinking it gives a different image of him as a person towards others. Obviously, right? Obviously, it's an imagery thing. Um, Now he wants to be seen as that smoker, as that drinker. He wants to be seen as a person who will, you know, perhaps take a pill here or there, do a line of coke or whatever. And he's got a reason for that. He's got a reason for that, which I guess we'll explore how that goes with 4.0. But what the reason when he started to do it um, was obviously, he wanted to become a little bit more at least visibly tainted in front of people, including Juno, right? So yeah.
Swords asks, when did Vito start seeing most of the relationships in his life as transactional?
Um, Oof, that's a lore question. There's no specific number I could give or date or anything like that, but definitely, at some point during his early interactions with his father. Yeah.
I see.
Well, he didn't start seeing all relationships like that. He saw that is a stance he could take with social relationships, and the benefit of taking social relationships like that, and how they could how things like that could benefit things like, well, like a fucking organized crime family, right? So
Mm.
there's a reason for that transactional approach to things that Vito takes. Yeah.
Myth asks, when did Vito learn to swim?
What the fuck? um, I don't know. I haven't written that part of the lore out yet. That doesn't seem like something that I should have maybe written down at the time. But fuck, I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna pick a year, an age. Fuck, when do people normally start swimming? When did I IRL learn to swim? What age? I don't remember. 8?
Yeah, I think I was 8 as well.
Around
7,
there?
8.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Fuck it, we'll go with 8.
Okay. All right. That's good. It's an important question.
Important, super important. Now you guys know. Now you guys know.
Lil Lumps ask, are the brothers descendants of Cesara or Sonny? And if you can't tell yet, will we ever find that out?
Um, I can't tell yet, but you will find out. You will find out, and unfortunately, I can't give you a time frame on when you'll find out. That is something that, for me at least, is kind of set in stone. Um,
Okay.
Z knows which one as well, and we just don't want to say it. We don't want to say it because we don't want the possibility of wrapping up that RP actually through RP. Um, we don't want to spoil that, because then you guys kind of know the outcome already with the RP. So we're keeping it secret because of the RP. At some point, we can go back in Wild and or any other Red Dead setting and finish up those stories.
Okay. All right.
Turnip asks, does Vito know how to ride a bicycle?
Um,
I love these questions,
I
man.
don't know. Yes, Vito knows how to ride a bicycle, of course. When do you usually learn to ride a bike? When you like what, 12, 13, 11? I don't know. Yeah, he can ride a bicycle. He can ride a bicycle, yeah. Younger than that, yeah, yeah. Like I don't fucking remember when I learned to bike. I feel like I've always known. Like I came out the womb knowing how to ride a bike. I've ridden so many bikes in my life. IRL, dude. Like, jeez. Um, I am a biker, bicycle biker for sure. But I don't remember when I learned. But yeah, Vito can ride a bike. All right, for sure. I just don't know when when he learned. 5 year olds ride bikes. Damn, that's crazy.
Evil Monkey 04 asks, how far is Vito willing to go to protect Juno?
It's a good question, and I think it speaks a lot to the value he places in the relationship. And I think the answer is he's willing to go pretty much all the way to protect Juno, unless sad and cover years.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Unless there's a very good reason for him not to protect her, and there's only very few circumstances where I think that would apply. Very good reasons.
Mm.
Very, very good reasons. And it won't just be because, oh, somebody doesn't like her, whatever. It's got to be a good reason why he would not protect Juno at the moment.
Banuna asks, which character in NoPixel do you wish Vito could RP/interact with more but didn't get the chance to?
Oh man, so many. Holy shit, that's a difficult question to answer. So many. I think there's a lot of people that I couldn't interact with as much as I wish I could have. Because of scheduling. So like a clear answer is like Eagle with Eve, for example. I wish I could have interacted with her more, but fucking schedules didn't line up, and then obviously we were so busy in RP itself sometimes. Lang, another one, I would have wished to RP more with Buddha and Lang more than I could have. Pretty much anybody in that crew, fucking even Harry, right? Harry would have been great to interact with more. Speedy, somebody mentioned Speedy. Lucky Churro mentioned Speedy. Yeah, 100%. Speedy, man, I've only ever interacted with him like 2 times on Vito, but I've seen some of the interactions with Z and Luciano. Oh, he's so funny. Speedy would have been great to interact with. So many, so many. It's hard to pick one. It's definitely hard to pick one.
Mm.
I will say though, with a lot of the RP that I did get, I wish I would have RP'd more with some of the cops that I met that were even on my same kind of time zone or schedule or whatever. Like Jerry, for example, Jerry Sweets. I would have loved to RP more with him. He's so funny. He's so good. So there's just certain people that I couldn't have interacted more with because of the RP, unfortunately. But yeah, Sunny. Somebody mentioned Sunny Sweet. Yeah, that would have been nice as well. I'm sad we didn't get an actual conversation with him. I guess we'll see if he's around 4.0. 5 years later, we're able to sit down with Sunny Sweet. Tessa as well. That's a good one. Yeah. Rod from the HOA as well. I wish I could have interacted more with him. Edgar. Edgar Peppo is an incredible RP. I will always wish to interact more with Peppo in any iteration of RP he brings to the table. Incredible. Yeah, there's no singular answer to that. That's just difficult.
Yeah, Pebbles characters are always so good. That's a good one.
Yeah, he's incredible.
Lauren HB asks, if Vito took over raising Lucy while they were growing up, does that mean Vito feels the distance between them even more lately, or does it not play a larger role in how he views it?
So that I think that's an assumption people are making quite a bit that Vito would have taken over raising Luciano, because I think there was a connection made with when we lost everything, when our family's demise came about. Luciano would have been very young, whereas Vito would have been more mature and more of age. That doesn't necessarily mean that Vito would have taken over raising Luch. There's more stuff there that I want to reveal with time. That doesn't mean even going with the side of he wouldn't have raised Luch properly, in the proper way as raised him kind of means. Doesn't mean that they just never talked or anything like that, right? Or they had no interactions with Luch being a child and Vito being a young adult. There was definitely interactions, and there was definitely things there that shaped the relationship. But I think it's an assumption that I would be careful making until you hear it, in either through the RP or we somehow, release that into the world. It's a good question. It's a good question, and it's a very interesting question, I think, when it comes to the relationship of the brothers. Maybe some answers will come through that.
Interesting.
What's the age difference between Vito and Luciano? Somebody follows up with. There's a big difference. Yeah, it's like a 10-year difference.
Grell asks, besides the family and Juno, who does Vito care about the most, if there is anyone like that?
Nobody. No, nobody. Nobody comes to mind. That he cares for like that? Nobody. Everybody else is expendable. All right? Everybody else is expendable, and it's to be used and abused and squeezed and rinsed for all their possible uses for the family and for himself and all that. Everybody else can burn. Fuck them all.
Jeez.
Obviously, he finds value with certain relationships, right? Like, like Rod and the whole boyfriend thing. But it's very much when it when it comes to the balance of things and the scale of things, it's very much in balance towards the family and Juno right now is where his circle is at. That's it.
Claire asks, I remember a few months ago, Vito said that his biggest fear was to become the man his father was. Since then, has he unintentionally been showing more mannerisms that are similar to his father's, emotions or otherwise?
That's a great question. Holy shit. It's hard to answer that without revealing like what kind of man our father was.
Right.
And I don't want to dive into that because I do want to reveal shit like that through RP, and it's great because so far we've revealed things through conversations with other people. Like for example, with like Juno, we'll talk about certain things. Juno will maybe press Vito for certain things about his past, and we'll let go of that through that dialogue. And I want to do that like that. I don't want to do it in like a setting like this or anywhere else. I want that kind of stuff to come through the dialogue of RP. But I will say Vito, even though he's scared of becoming the man that his father was, has adopted things that his father was as well. He has become already in part who his father was, not fully, but certain parts of who his father was. He has become those things. And again, the rest will come through the RP. But that's a great question. That's a great question. Despite being afraid of it, right? Despite maybe not necessarily wanting it to be the case, Vito has become some of those things. Bulan, another wife
Myth
swap. Oh
asks,
no.
Does Vito know that he's increasingly frustrating to draw, yet equally artistically fascinating?
Uh,
I didn't know he was frustrating to draw. I'm sorry. And that didn't change too much with 4.0. I already created the character and he looks almost exactly like the one in 3.0. Nah, fuck. But I appreciate the other side of it, where it's what was it, like, artistically whatever? What was the word that they used in the question?
Artistically fascinating.
That's it. Fascinating. Artistically fascinating. I appreciate that. You'd be surprised at how simple of a character creation Vito is. Saturn, you know, he's
Dude,
very simple.
only one face. Only one
Yeah,
face.
yeah. You guys know how in the character creation you have the three faces and then you can like mix them and do all kinds of crazy shit? Nah, bro. I said fuck that. Fuck that's too many sliders for me. I'm going with one. And I only use one face.
Coke Fever asks, which side of the bed does Vito sleep on? And on that side, does he dream about his favorite bird, the blue-footed booby?
What? What? What if, I haven't even thought
Learning
about
a lot
these
about
things.
Vito.
So am I. Now I know when Vito learned to ride a bike and when he learned to swim, you know. Now I guess now we're all gonna know what side of the bed he sleeps on. Fuck,
And that his
I
favorite
haven't-
bird is the blue-footed booby.
yeah, I didn't know that either, but fuck it, we'll go with it. My favorite bird, the blue-footed booby. I don't know what side of the bed he would sleep on. Like, what does that say something about somebody? Ah, you're a left side bed. You're the left side of the bed type of sleeper, aren't you? Yeah, okay. It's like, what is that? Like a horoscope thing? That means you get, you're gonna have a great rest of your month. Like, what the fuck does that mean? Like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna go with left. Vito sleeps on the left side of the bed. Which means Juno sleeps on the right side. I don't know. I don't know if that's important to you, but
It's so important, man. So important. Slapchop asks, does Vito notice how similar Luciano and Juno are? If so, how does he feel about that?
yes. Oh God, they are very similar. Also very different, but very similar in some aspects. And it's funny. It's funnily summed up in something that the people were saying in the chat. I think with fuck, I forgot where. I think it was on Z stream or it could have been mine as well. I'm not sure, but somebody was saying like Vito and Luch are dating the opposite sex versions of their siblings, something like that. Like I'm Vito's dating like a female version of Luch, and Luch is dating a female version of Vito, I guess. I don't know.
That's right.
Yeah, yeah, they're definitely similar in a lot of ways.
The Fredo Tiny theory.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you guys said that in RP actually. You guys said
Yeah.
yeah. It is an oversimplification, yes, but it's a funny oversimplification, and it is accurate to a degree.
Jaffa asks, who/what was your inspiration for creating the masterpiece that is Kenny Wells?
The masterpiece that is Kenny Wells. So, this was my inspiration for creating Kenny Wells. All right, you can listen to this, guys. One day on WildRP, we decided we're gonna just create a fucking band of outlaws, just a gang of fucking outlaws, and we decided on the name, the Wells family, for the cause. There was gonna be a cause that we were fighting for. Nobody knew what the fuck the cause was, but we were fighting for it. We were gonna kill everybody for it. And we were talking about character creation and like how they would look. And Z said to me, yo, Croc, make the ugliest character that you could possibly make in the character creation. Just make him ugly as fuck, like the worst possible abomination you could come up with. And thus was born Kenny Wells.
Hell yeah.
With a cooked eye. He lost it, unfortunately, fell asleep in the sun one day. Just got too sunburned on one side, he cooked his eye. But, that's just a little sunburn, guys. It's okay, it's what happens out there. You're out in the desert, just a little bit of sunburn. Deliver somewhere, no problem.
Lauren HB asks, Croc, hear me out. Have you considered a Hipsanic cop alt? Just think about it. A little brother duo with Z.
Oh yes, we have considered that. We even talked about that like when we first joined NoPixel. It would be fun to create a cop duo or cop characters. It would be great. It would be great. Hispanic would be fun too because it plays into obviously we are Hispanic actually IRL. So um, it'd be pretty fun. I think it would be very funny to do that. Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah, and I think Z reached a sub goal, right? Where the goal was to create a cop character, and he made it today apparently. So he made that character today, which is
Looks
great.
good too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good looking cop character. It's a good. I think it's gonna be a good base to go off of.
That'd be fucking cool. I want to, yeah. I hope he plays that. And I'll probably do something like that as well. Play a cop.
We would all torture the two of you when you were on your cops. we would commit so many crimes.
Oh God, yeah.
Swords asks, if I remember correctly, Sonny and Cesare came to America to help support their family back home originally. Did Sonny ever wonder what his life could have been if him and Cesar had found the family and lived as simple working men instead?
Yeah. So there's history behind that. In the very late 1800s, there was a couple of Italian diasporas actually, and basically it was referred to just mass migration out of Italy, and especially the southern part of Italy, including Sicily, extremely impoverished to the point of population starving to death, quite literally, right? So, what would have happened if those characters had not pursued an alternative life by moving to America and just becoming a working class family, I guess? They probably would have fucking lived miserable lives. Probably would have succumbed to sickness before they reached, what was then midlife, which was where they are now, I guess, and in their late 20s, early 30s as well. It would have been a terrible life, or maybe not a terrible life, but a very difficult life. And them moving out of their birth country, right, and going to the U.S. and pursuing all of that, and then sending money back as is part of the lore. There, they sent money back, sent resources back, etc. Allowed them to live a much more healthy and comfortable life, at least physically speaking. Morally, spiritually is a different story, but
Yeah.
It's kind of like selling your soul to the devil a little bit, They became these monsters, these terrible people, but hey, at least they didn't starve to death,
Luke 1902 asks, and this is my favorite question, for sure. Real question here. Why is Vito such a bad driver? Ever thought of taking driving lessons? Does he not remember his girlfriend is literally an instructor? Love this question, man. Straight facts. No printer.
I'm gonna blame this on my 1070 eyes with which I've
Nah.
drive, unfortunately, or have driven, whatever the past tense of that is. Yeah, that's why, dude. All right, I lag. That's the problem. Okay, I'm obviously the better driver, clearly the better driver. And now that I have a better PC, I hope to prove that. Nah, I don't know why I'm such a bad driver. I'll be honest with you. I have no idea. I blame it on the 1070, but I think it's just me. I don't know.
So you admit it. You're a bad driver.
No, I'm
You
not.
admit it.
That's not what I said.
Yes, you did. You just said that.
No.
You just said that.
I said I don't know why I'm such a bad driver. I did not say I'm a bad driver.
But within that, you acknowledge that you're a bad driver. You're just
Okay.
wondering why you're a bad driver, but you acknowledged it.
Fair. All right. God damn it. Hold up. I got a picture of our good old Kenny. All right. Let me. Fuck.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Shit. I didn't set up. Hold up. 1 second. Fuck, how do I do this? Dude, you think I'd know how to use OBS at this point? Give me 1 second. Display capture, right? I'm gonna just go with display capture. Give me 1 second. Hold up. You guys see this?
Oh my god.
Is this you guys see this shit? Yeah, that's our boy Kenny.
Oh
It's Kenny Wells.
god.
Kenny fucking Wells. It's just a little sunburn, guys.
I hate that.
It's
I
just a
hate
little
that so
sunburn.
much. I do not like that. I do not like that, man.
And this also, we started playing the Wells family when I think Wild came up with this update where you could like have a permanent expression on your face, right? And you could use this drunk one where your guy was like fucking almost like babbling to himself, and always his left eye was always twitching. And so I used that, and that in combination with this fucking face is just incredible. It's an incredible combination. It was so funny. Yeah, this is Kenny fucking Wells. A face only a mother could love. It's so true.
Our next question comes from Myth. What is Vito's favorite lullaby and bedtime story?
Oh my god, these questions, Myth. What? What side of the bed? What is his favorite lullaby? What would his favorite lullaby be?
An important question.
Isn't there like a children's book that isn't actually a children's book called Go the Fuck to Sleep?
Is there?
Yeah.
Okay. Never heard of that. Sounds a little rough, to be honest. But what would his favorite lullaby be? Geez, I don't know. London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling
That's a
down.
lullaby?
I don't know. I guess is it?
I don't think
don't
that's
know.
a lullaby.
Is that a lullaby? I don't know. I'm gonna go with London Bridge, even though it might not be a lullaby. I'll go with London Bridge, or whatever that turns up being.
What about the bedtime story?
Oh, bedtime story. I don't know. I haven't thought about these things at all for the character. What would be a good bedtime story?
You gotta get Vito in a position for Tiny to tell him a bedtime story, because he told Big Joe a bedtime story already.
I can only imagine how hilarious that would be. I'm gonna pursue that in 4.0. It's gonna be one of the first things. Tiny, I need a bedtime story written. Don't ask. Just don't ask.
Joe got the three little Italians.
That's very, very fitting.
Yeah.
Very fitting.
Who were the three little Italians? I forget. It was Big Joe, Luciano, I think maybe Carlo. Were the three little. It was just the three little pig story, but with Italian.
Oh, okay.
And Bloom was the wolf.
Let's get Dean to answering some questions. Yes, he's chilling right now here.
Treefell asks, what are some characters, books, or any other form of media that inspired the creation of Vito? As a follow-up, specifically the brothers, how do you pronounce that word? Karamazov? How the fuck do you pronounce that?
Karamazov, the brothers Karamazov.
Oh, has a lot of lines that scream Vito. Was there inspiration from there?
Oh, I get inspiration from all kind. Me personally, Croc gets inspiration from a lot of different types of literature and shit. Yeah, the brothers Karamazov is a huge inspiration for me in general. Obviously, it's gonna leak into things like RP and character creation and stuff like that. But there was no specific inspiration for any part of Vito. Vito is a little Frankenstein of a bunch of different things. And it wasn't necessarily inspired in any specific thing. I incorporate things that I've gotten from books and media and stuff like that, but wasn't inspired by them necessarily to like create Vito in a specific way. Sonny, on the other hand, Sonny was. Even physically, Sonny is inspired by a pretty famous actor, actually. Vito isn't. Vito's just Vito. It's difficult to answer that. There's so many things that have or could possibly be considered, influential with character creation. Brothers Karamazov is a great book. It is a masterpiece of a book. I highly recommend it. It's heavy reading though. It's not casual reading, so yeah. By the way, Abjam, thank you so much for the resub. I appreciate you. That was 46 minutes ago, brother. Sorry, but I really appreciate that. Thank you, man.
Luke 1902 asks, if Vito could marry anyone he likes the moment he thinks of it, why would it be headphones?
Funny. Headphones is such a funny character to interact with. She's a little ray of sunshine, just, everywhere she goes. I don't know how to answer the question. Obviously, we wouldn't marry our little ray of sunshine. We wouldn't. Yeah, that's all I'll say.
Myth asks, does Vito know that if you put white in between his and Juno's favorite colors, you get the Italian flag?
That's a good point. I don't think Vito knows, but we'll write that into the 4.0 transition law. All right, he discovered that.
Okay.
In 5 years, he's like, hey. One day he woke up. Hey, did you know that if we put white in between your favorite color and my favorite color, it's the Italian flag? That's crazy. Vito and Juno just got like really high one day, and this is one of the things Vito says.
Yes, I can see that, dude. All right, that's in the lore.
Written in. It's become canon.
All right, this next one's got a couple parts to it. Olcata asks, do you have a particular direction you would like Vito's story to go? Obviously, the RP will RP, but do you have any character development / arcs that you would like to have happen?
Yeah, I would. I would like to pursue certain arcs. I think the whole political thing for me is something I've been wanting to pursue in RP for some time. On Wild, for a lot of reasons, it just wasn't possible to do something like that. But now that it is possible to have like a political quote unquote career in NoPixel, I do want to pursue that. I want to continue pursuing politics and stuff like that. How clean Vito stays in 4.0, I guess, is still up for debate. It's still to be seen, I suppose. But if I can, I will pursue something like that, yes. Long term, though, extremely long term. Obviously, I mean, we're all here because this is the DiCenzo thing, we're a fucking mob, we're a mafia. That is the ultimate fucking arc to pursue. That is the ultimate goal and storyline to pursue, and that's where Vito is going. No matter what, that is where Vito is going. So, yeah, there's a lot of things. There's definitely a lot of things. And there's still so much RP to come with the current storylines as well. Just with Juno, for example, there's so much more RP to come from that. So I'm looking forward to all of it.
Okay, part 2 to this one. What has been the most surprising, fresh, unpredictable thing about playing Vito so far in regards to who he is as a character?
Ooh, surprising and refreshing, huh? Well, the whole clean side of things is definitely refreshing. That is definitely refreshing. That's something that I haven't ever really been able to pursue in RP before. I always play criminals, like clearly criminals, like normal. I guess not normal criminals, but like people who are doing very criminal things all the time. With Vito, it's very different. That's very refreshing. Surprising for me was being able to RP like a romantic relationship with somebody, shadowing. That like I've never done that before, and it has been surprisingly awesome. It's been surprisingly fucking great. Like it's been an incredible storyline with Juno. So that was definitely surprising for me. But more so because I just never done that before, right? So.
Right.
Surprising. What else has been surprising? No, I think that's really it. Everything else has been just kind of chill. Then kind of not surprising, I guess. Also being on the not on the opposite side, but not being on the same page as Luch so me and like Z's characters that are brothers not being on the same page has been not necessarily refreshing, but definitely off the beaten path, if you will, by our normal RP stuff. So that's been, I wouldn't say refreshing again, but it's been different. That's been very different this time around. Kathy, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. I appreciate you.
Yeah,
much love, Kathy. Thank you.
Another part to this question. What has been the most surprising, fresh, unpredictable storyline you've encountered on Vito so far?
Fucking Juno. 100%. For so many reasons, that's unpredictable and yeah, 100%. Juno, yeah, for sure. I love it. I love the fact that it's also unpredictable. It's great.
Yeah, true.
Constant chaos, man.
Yeah.
Another part to this question. Everyone asks what Sonny would think of Vito, but what would Vito think of Sonny?
Ooh, that's an interesting question. What would Vito think of Sonny? Fucking old-fashioned. There's a reason why perhaps Vito decided or has taken a different worldview with certain things, right? Than as I guess has been traditionally expressed so far of the DiCenzo past. Definitely old-fashioned, hard-headed, but that's also a trait that Vito has, so he wouldn't necessarily see that as like a bad thing. What else would Vito think of Sonny? Too violent, unnecessarily violent. There's no reason. There's no reason for that kind of violence in Vito's name, or Vito's point of view. Sorry. For now, at least, anyway.
Right.
Yeah, too bloody. Just too bloody. Very much. Vito or Sonny definitely has a lot of blood in his name, or in his hands, I guess. Definitely has a lot of blood on his hands. But yeah, old-fashioned. Obviously, we're talking about 120 years ago, right? So. But I think he would also admire a lot of what both Cesare and Sonny were and what they did, right? I mean, there's a lot to admire there, and this is something that I think also when we did the whole DiCenzo story with Cesare and Sonny, we wanted to incorporate that history, that IRL history, that the whole Italian diaspora, and those people who came across the Atlantic Ocean, searching for this fucking what America was and is today still to a lot of people, that land of opportunity and that the American dream, if you will. And at that particular time, life was so fickle. life itself was so fickle. Human life was so fickle, and there was so many adversities that people would face. And for people to literally get on a boat and go to this completely unknown country and not even know if they are going to be successful and just taking that gamble, it's such a brave thing to do. It's so it fucking that takes a lot of people, a lot from people to do shit like that, to leave your country and go do something like that. Incredibly admirable. And there was so many people that did that. Obviously, a lot of people turn to lives of crime, right? Also because of a lack of opportunity. Also because of a lot of things like even discrimination, especially for Italians as well. They sometimes had no choice but to turn to a life of crime. But they made it.
Right.
These people made it. Cesare and Santino, at least the way we wrote them, they made it. They made it work. And that's something that I think should be admired, despite obviously the moral issues there, right? Like, should you admire a murderer? Should you admire somebody who does all these things? That's a whole different topic. But since Vito himself is not necessarily morally good, he would not necessarily be opposed to something like that. He would definitely admire them as well for a lot of different reasons, both of them, Cesare and Sonny. I will be streaming tomorrow. Yes, Hassan, I will be.
Another part to this question. Tell us about how you constructed the character of Vito. Oh, you answered this a little bit. Core personality traits, internal morals, main motivators, besides family. Some key elements that have shaped his worldview. We need more lore, man.
Yeah, I don't want to give out the lore, but the whole thing that we've discussed so far, like the whole sociopath thing, is something that I definitely built into Vito. That's I wanted him to be able to do that, and unfortunately, Juno is kind of a part of that. Not necessarily 100%, but Juno is like a part of that. Just his general relationships with people are going to be like that. If Halsey would be a great person to ask about this, because early on in RRP, I with Vito, I talked to Big Joe about my worldview through Vito, and it was great. I didn't stream that. I don't know if he recorded it or I didn't record it, but if he recorded it, it would be incredible to replay that. But I had a great conversation with Joe early on in NoPixel, about his worldview, and so that's been there for a long time, and obviously it becomes highlighted in certain interactions like with Juno and others. But yeah, that's a core personality trait. The whole reasonable and logical approach to things is something that I like to incorporate into basically all my characters. I don't um I'm in real life more or less kind of a logical, reasonable guy. So it's just a very easy kind of thing to incorporate into people that I play in RP. Um, Fuck, what else? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I think those would be like the two main core personality traits.
Sure.
I'm sure that there's others, but I can't really think of any right now.
Very last part to this question. Where does Vito see himself in 5 years?
In Colorado, in the mountains, chilling, relaxing, getting maybe smoking some weed and thinking about Italian flags. Yeah, but yeah, no, we will find out tomorrow. Indeed, yeah,
Yeah.
we will find out tomorrow. Indeed, I can't wait. I cannot wait. Definitely playing that guitar for sure, Nacho. Yeah, for sure. 5 years
uh,
is a long time. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. As you guys will see what things have happened, and how they have changed for certain characters. We'll see. Sorry, go ahead, Saturn.
no, you're fine. Luke 1902 asks, what was Vito's train of thought that led him to think Juno would break up with him? Why did he think she wanted to? And when did he start spiraling?
Was this during the whole like Juno moved out? Is that what you're
Yeah,
referring to, Luke? Yeah.
I think that was.
I think that was the core thing, honestly. Juno moving out. I mean, That's a huge thing in a relationship. If somebody moves out, it's just kind of like obviously that indicates something's wrong, you know. Not that that it was necessarily true, or that Vito was justified in believing that things were probably gonna end up with like them breaking up or something. But you know, if your girlfriend moves out, then there's probably a problem, and you should be worried. You know, it's not surprising that it shouldn't be surprising that somebody would think or be pessimistic about something like that, right? Um, yeah, I think that was the point where he probably started spiraling. Thankfully, it wasn't too bad. It didn't like as in like it didn't last too long or anything like that. But yeah, that's when it started with Vito for sure. When Juno, so not when Juno moved out necessarily, it's when she didn't move back in when she said she would, you know, when it was longer than expected. That's when he thought there was a problem. Was there another part of that question that I missed?
So the full question was, what was Vito's train of thought that led him to think Juno would break up with him? Why did he think she wanted to? And when did he start spiraling?
So I think the first and the last part are the same. It's when again when she didn't move back in after she had, you know, she said she needed some time and all that, and that she'd be
Mm,
back in like a week or two, whatever it was. I think 2 weeks. And then she still didn't move back in. That's when yeah, for the first and last part of the question is that, and then the middle part was why, right? Well,
yeah.
that's a complicated question. Honestly, well, never mind. It's not even that complicated. It's very it would have been related to the fact that Vito went back to working with the family. If there was a reason why Vito thought that Juno was going to break up with him, it was that she just didn't like that, didn't want that period, and so that's fine. And that would have been absolutely fine as well if she decided that, right? That's fine. Everybody draws lines. Everybody knows what they want and what they don't want in their lives, especially with a romantic partner or whatever. So yeah, that would have been the reason why Vito thought that Juno didn't want to continue. Bigums, thank you so much for the resub. I appreciate you. 10 months, dude. Damn. Thud Bigums, thank you so much.
Zoom asks, other than something like serious violence towards Vito, is there any other form of betrayal that could lead to him turning his back on Luciano slash the family for good?
Good question. The answer is no. No, there's nothing.
Hell yeah.
Even though we had our arc where we separated from the family a bit, I think everybody knew. I would hope anyway. Um, that's temporary. There's Vito does not exist. Vito DiCenzo does not exist without being a part of the DiCenzo family. It just doesn't have. It's not possible. The whole character's purpose is that, you know, like uh, that's why Vito was saying it'd be a shell of a man if, you know, he would not work with his family or that, right? Or if he would lose his brother and things like that. So um, the only exception to that would be if he. I don't know if a lot of people know this, but if Luciano had shot Vito that day that he pulled the gun, I would have permed. The, it's my one perma condition that I make absolutely clear to myself and to other people when they ask if the family were to kill Vito for obviously for a good reason, not like some like, oh shit, we accidentally shot Vito and he died. No, like if there's an intentionality and story behind it, you know, like that there's a reason for that they would turn their back on Vito and kill him. He would die. Vito is dead. That's it. There's no Vito does not exist without being a part of that. It just doesn't happen. And the same thing applied in Wild. The same thing. If Sonny would have become, for some reason, the target of the family, he'd be dead. That's it. Perma. Gone. Um, those are the only, yeah, that's the only thing that, that would make Vito kind of not a part of the family, is if they somehow killed him, right? That's pretty much it.
All right. Mamma mia.
JT. JT asked on behalf of
Not the Cop One
Al, I
program.
think
No,
it's
I haven't
Al and
I haven't
not
created
AI.
the program.
Al. What the fuck is Sonny thinking about when he looks out the window?
Oh God. Oh, Sonny reflects on the long and violent life that he has had at the age of whatever his fucking age is. Sonny's a very traumatized boy. All right, Sonny's extremely traumatized. Sonny's hurt. Sonny's broken. Sonny's damaged. Sonny has a lot to reflect on. A lot. Sonny is an old man in a young man's body, I guess, or a younger man's body. Yeah, I mean everything that has like all of the stuff that has happened on Wild, all that story history, all those arcs. He's thinking about all of it. Sonny still thinks about Maxine. Maxine was a turning point, an extreme turning point for Sonny. Maxine is a big one. And he thinks about all the people that he's killed, all the people that he's hurt, uh, all the people that have hurt him. Everything. Thinks about it all.
Dr. Drildo asks, curious if you can expand upon Vito's propensity to let the separate aspects of his life leak to the other side. When Vito feels like he is losing something, i.e., him being more loose about the family talk around Juno, when he was on the outs with his family, and being more loose about Juno/Sunny stuff around Joe when he thought his relationship was over.
Well, can you read that again?
Yeah. Yeah. Curious if you can expand upon Vito's propensity to let the separate aspects of his life leak to the other side. And then an example given is when Vito feels like he is losing something, i.e., him being more loose about the family talk around Juno when he was on the outs with his family, and being more loose about Juno/Sunny stuff around Joe when he thought his relationship was over.
Okay, yeah. Expand on the propensity of Vito doing that, letting things leak from one side to another. Honestly, I think it's not, maybe it's not as deep as people think. I just find it to be interesting RP, to be honest. Um, I don't like the idea of like having these set barriers in RP where like nothing it's impermeable. You know, the whole thing with Juno. I'm always very careful about what I say to Juno, and I think to this day have not necessarily said too much or more than I should have. Other people have, Tiny, but you know, it's I think it's always good to like to let those things leak through every once in a while, and it makes sense, especially with Juno, because they're so close and they've grown into this trusting relationship where Vito will obviously feel more comfortable talking about certain things, not everything, but certain things with her. He's also made it abundantly clear to her that he won't talk about certain things, that he cannot because he will be breaking something. That is still probably ambiguous to Juno, but a line that he cannot cross, right? Which is obviously the secrecy that he has sworn fealty to, right? And then the other way around, well, you know, with Joe or with other people in the family that has been felt comfortable talking to, it's just a matter of confidence, you know, building those trusting relationships with Joe, with other people. That sure, I'll talk about things that have happened with Juno with them, yeah. Not all the things, but I will. I don't know. It just kind of makes sense. These are interpersonal relationships that have evolved and grown, right? So, yeah, I guess it just kind of makes sense in the time, and it's interesting RP. It's interesting RP to have those conversations with people. So, I just pursue it. I guess sometimes.
Myth asks, How is it possible for you to claim that you can't write lyrics and then drop lines like, I'm not gonna speak I'm not gonna speak to you as if you're a stranger with whom I'd prefer to hold not one, not two, but 3 arms length distance, you know? You're not a stranger to me and I'm no stranger to you, so come close.
Damn, I said that?
They got the receipts, man.
um, um, it's very different. It's very different to write lyrics, dude. It's very different because lyrics is, it's song. It's song. It's not that, for example, what you quoted there, Myth, is how can you make that into a song? How can you possibly make that into a song? I don't know. Maybe I just haven't tried hard enough. Maybe I just haven't tried hard enough, which is totally possible. I've probably not tried hard enough. That's for sure. But I appreciate the compliment in there for sure. I'll try. I'll try to perhaps write some songs at some point again in my life. I'll try for sure. So easily, really, 100. How? See, this is what I need to know. I need to know how to make that jump between just normal fucking talking and stuff that I would say, and then writing lyrics to a song. I need to know like there's a gap there for me. I need to know what it is.
Just analyze Hosier lyrics.
Oh man, that's such a great thing to do. But geez, I get lost in those lyrics sometimes, like in a good way. I mean, like
Yeah.
yeah. Alyssa, what's up, Alyssa? So easily, really, Alyssa. I don't know. You gotta teach me, Alyssa. You know about this stuff, obviously. You gotta teach me, please.
Okay. Ellent asks, now that Saturn destroyed you in chess, do you think you'll ever be able to play again, or is there too much shame in it?
We haven't played since. That's all I'm gonna
We
say.
haven't.
We haven't played since, and we don't know when we're gonna play again. That's all I'm gonna say on the topic. We actually haven't played since.
We
It's
haven't.
true. It hasn't been because of that. No. Saturn finally beat me, which is great because Saturn, you've learned so much with the chess. Learned so fucking much.
I mean, thanks to you, man. You taught me.
Yeah, I mean that's the way to do it. You just play, and then you eventually just kind of learn the tricks of it. And then if you really want to study this shit, it's intense. Chess is intense.
I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good too. I've never done it, but I've seen people try it, and it's just it's intense. But yeah, Saturn finally beat me, and it wasn't shameful. It was actually a very very proud moment. Very good.
Aww.
I think I pretended like you hadn't beat me or something like that on stream. I think we had like a stream battle one day.
We did.
You sent somebody over to ask me like, how does it feel or whatever, and I said I denied it, and then that person went back and said, I think we had a little stream battle that one day.
I have an announcement to make.
Oh?
Oh.
Tiny Tony is made. Not in the mafia sense. I mean, I just made him.
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay.
He's been made. He exists now in the world.
I need to fix Shuno's face, man. First thing I'm doing is going to the barbershop.
I fucked around with it and was like, maybe I'll change the way he looks. I've always kind of wanted to. And then every time I did it, I was like, no, fuck this shit. Going back to old Tiny. Just fucking, I'm not doing it.
You gotta show us a screenshot of something.
Oh, I don't know. No.
Gotta
wait till tomorrow.
Okay,
No.
okay, all right.
That was just a slap of the tip. You ain't getting the whole thing till tomorrow.
Ah, you tease. You fucking tease.
That's right.
NRRT asks, can you list a few ways in which Vito is similar to Sunny and a few ways he is different to Sunny? I think we kind of got an idea of that, but
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna highlight the obvious one, but I think both are logical. Both are very logical thinkers and very rational thinkers. Again, it's kind of my own personal traits that I put into the characters, and again, it's super easy. Don't criticize me for it. I'm sorry, but it's super easy to do that. That's kind of my self-insert side of things. I do self-insert other things, but I won't talk about those. But that's a way they're very similar for sure. Oh, and very different. There's so many ways they're different. So many ways. For any of you that saw Sunny, there's so many ways they're different. Just the idea of being in a relationship. I've said it multiple times. Sunny would probably have gotten Vito killed a long time ago. Would have killed Vito a long fucking time ago. They're so different. It's kind of difficult to list. I would just say almost everything else is different aside from the logical side of things.
Zoom asks, do you think meatballs actually affect your RP, or is it just placebo?
Sorry, what?
Meatballs.
Meatballs?
Yeah, that's the way they wrote it.
Oh, the meatballs. Oh, the funny
Meatballs.
little, the play of the word ball, bowl and bowl. Look, when I eat my meatball, all right, I get hyped. It pumps me up, all right. So yeah, of course it affects my RP. Of course.
Hell
Kidding.
yeah.
I'm kidding. I'm not gonna let a bowl of fucking meat affect my RP. What the hell's wrong with you?
King Lear 36 asks, considering Vito believes the rug can be pulled out from under the family in the event that Lang's favor turns, what condension I can't pronounce that. Condension, yeah, yeah. Um, yeah. Tiny.
Contingencies.
Thank you. I can't say that, but not today apparently. Does he have in place to that end? To that, yeah. Does he have in place? Tiny just asked the question. I butchered it. I butchered it,
Considering
man.
Vito believes the rug can be pulled out from under the family in the event that Lang's favor turns, what contingencies does he have in place to that end?
Thanks, Tiny.
No problem.
Thanks, Tiny.
I got distracted. I'm sorry.
Well, I think unfortunately we couldn't make any of those contingencies because well, that was that was just shut down. That was shut down, unfortunately. But what the whole Swift group of people we wanted to create a contingency with them, but that just kind of died out. That never happened. And even I guess there just wasn't enough time to bring something else up with other people before the release of 4.0, right? So it was we knew it was kind of towards the end anyway. So I didn't pursue any of that, but obviously it was a still big part of the RP because Vito obviously believed that rug could be pulled out of them at any time. So that was a big part of the RP there towards the end of 3.0 even. But in terms of actually something tangible, because 3.0 was so close to ending, we couldn't build anything. We didn't build anything else, so we didn't have any actual contingencies, unfortunately. In a different world where we had more time, we probably would have built more contingencies for sure. Yeah, and a contingency for something like that is a very simple thing, just something that isn't owned by Lang, that isn't owned by Eve, something that is owned by us, something that we own. We have the paperwork for it. That's it. That's all. That's all the contingency needs to be. That's it.
Tiny was always with Vito on that.
I mean, it's a pretty straightforward thing. I don't see why anybody would see that as a negative thing. Why would somebody be like, no, that's a bad thing, Vito? I don't get it. I don't understand. I never understood that. But it just makes sense. It just fucking makes sense. Just something that we own. That's all it is. That's all the contingency needed to be.
Treefell asks, how has Vito's mind been changed about love from only observing it to now feeling it?
I think this answer is going to be similar to the whole relationship and family thing, and his perception right now of love is that, well, obviously he's capable of it. He's feeling it. It's not as dangerous as he thought or was made to believe it was yet. Emphasis on the yet.
Jesus.
Yeah. that is his current mindset, and yeah, 5 years. Fast forward 5 years into current times, I guess, as of tomorrow, and I guess we'll see where that goes as of tomorrow. But right now, Vito is very much again on the idea that they're complementary things. Sorry. Where his relationship and the love that he feels in that relationship is not opposed or contradictory to the business life and all that, right? So he feels that they can complement each other. It's fine. It's got no problem. As of now, we are yet to see what comes of it all. But yeah, that's pretty much it. It's not as scary as he was taught that it should be. Love, right? That's pretty much it. For now.
Right, and this is a very important question. From Ellen, who asks, if Juno was a worm, would Vito still love her?
This is such a baiting question. What are we supposed to do with this? There's no way to answer this. This is a typical Vito moment where it's like, regardless of what he says, he's taking an L. Like, no matter what. Of course he would love Juno if she was a worm. Of course. I guess I'm a worm lover now.
I'm shaking my head at that answer, man. You'd be loving a worm, like, huh? No, the answer should be no.
Yeah, then no, and then yeah, right. Okay, so let's rewind. Of course not. What the hell is wrong with you?
What the hell?
What the hell, Vito?
That's so fucked up, man.
Oh man, typical typical Vito situation.
Lauren HB asks, did you ever envision Vito and Luch connecting to such a level as Cesar or Sonny? Or is it impossible because of how differing the characters are?
No, it's not impossible. Definitely not. I think it was also a matter of Z and I just like this. Well, purposefully playing a relationship where we're not on the same page because we were so much on the same page and for so long on Wild it was ridiculous. Like at this point it was like it's like fucking telepathy on Wild. Sometimes it was insane. Other times not so much, but for the vast majority of the time it was like a telepathy thing between me and Z on Wild. And with the current characters, it's not impossible, and I think that is definitely going to happen at some point. Because it's just it Z and I work very well together when we're on the same page, like extremely well together, and it's because we're brothers. It's because we understand each other already. Again, that whole telepathy kind of thing. So it's not impossible. The things that have happened in 3.0, they happened the way they happened. It's fine. 4.0 is kind of a turn of a new leaf, and we'll see. We'll see what happens between the brothers coming tomorrow. Come tomorrow, right? But it's definitely not impossible. I do see it happening, and I hope to see it happen soon. So I won't say much more than that.
Honcho asks, groups have changed to represent affiliation. What's something you would want to represent the family? For example, custom clothing, black hand tattoo, etc. And then there's another question after that. But yeah.
Oh, yeah, we talked. I think we talked about that a little bit earlier, or yesterday, right?
Yesterday, yeah.
Yeah, I think a watch. For me, a watch would be so cool, like a custom watch that only we could have, or something. You know, like it'd be fucking cool. A watch would be great. If not a watch, I like the idea of a black hand tattoo. I find that to be also a good thing. And then we could put like like a spin on it, like a like a black hand tattoo. But if you have it, like it reduces your hunger, and you can pull your gun faster or something like that. I'm
I
kidding.
swear to
I'm
God.
kidding. I'm
I
kidding.
swear to God,
Please, I'm
man.
kidding. Please, don't kill me. But a tattoo would be cool, like a black hand tattoo, like in the back, like on your neck, on the back. Like not necessarily visible, but like right on the top, like basically at the top of your back. Like where your neck meets your back, like up there, like a fucking black hand tattoo. That'd be cool. Or like I don't know, the inside of your forearm. I don't know.
Yeah.
The next question is would oaths and oath slash
Reverse
emerita be
trap.
the family's perma contracts?
No, 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 no. Perma contracts. We don't want to do perma contracts. That's something we'll never do. Um, it's always up to in our opinion, it's always up to the player how serious they want to take things like a blood oath and all that. We're not going to force anything like that on anybody. There's no perma oaths. We won't do that. Um, I mean, what the oaths will be allegiance oaths, right? If you break that oath, then um, you're never that character's never going to be considered friendly to the family ever again. Like we will hunt you down and do as much harm to you as possible in character. In character, it's not a perma contract though, for sure.
Sword Song asks, in my opinion, Luciano's first act as active leader, which was appointing Vito as co-leader, was a really critical moment in both brothers' stories. Do you think Vito would have accepted not being offered a position of leadership?
No, no. It's the DiCenzo family, and the DiCenzo family is got to be led by DiCenzos. There's no kind of similar to the whole thing with Vito can does not the whole character's purpose is to be a leader of the fucking or a leader of the DiCenzo family. He just doesn't exist in an alternative form. There's no way Vito would be like a soldier or something like that. There's no way. It's the character is not built for that.
Uh, Ellen asks if Juno was worm and also bold, would Vito still love her?
Yeah, I was waiting for this one to come up. um, I think this one's equally as baiting. It's funny that we say baiting, and you could use a worm as bait.
Wow.
Would use her as bait?
Use her as bait. Yeah, somebody said that in the chat. I'd go fishing with her, use her as bait. Yeah, that's what I would do if she was bald and a worm. Yeah,
Okay. Wow.
yeah.
Cool. I'm taking notes.
Good, good.
Quip asks, how did you learn to play guitar and sing so well? And would you ever consider recording something just for the community to play on repeat?
Ooh, the quip.
That's right.
Oh hell yeah, quip that played Sophia. Yeah. Um, I've always wanted to record guitar stuff, so this is definitely not something off the table. I do want to do that. I think I feel like my equipment for recording this mic, basically, is just not adequate as well for like actual recording, like if I wanted to actually use something. Yeah, it's a HyperX Quadcast. It's not really made for that kind of shit, but I've always wanted to do that. So that's not off the table. If I get a better mic, I'll definitely consider it. How did I learn to play guitar? I learned my older brother. Z and I, we have an older brother, so there's three of us. My older brother taught me to play a few songs when I was about 13 years old. We were in Malaysia at the time, actually. No, sorry, we were in Thailand at the time. And he had this classic nylon string guitar, and he taught me a few songs. And after that, I got addicted to it in the best possible way. I would everything that I listened to that I could learn to play on that guitar, I learned to play it, either by ear or by looking up tabs on the internet. Because those became a thing at around that time actually as well. Tabs on the internet. So I'm self-taught in that sense. With the exception of those first few songs that my older brother taught me, I just learned to play shit on my own. Really, I've never taken guitar lessons. Never, never been taught anything officially. Just again what my brother taught me. That's it. That's how I learned.
Honcho asks, you and Z used to do videos on Casa DiCenzo that follow the origins and story of the family. Do you guys intend to do more of those?
Oh God, yes. I talked about that on one of my streams when we went to Wild. I do want to continue making videos. I just need my life to kind of calm down a little bit more before I can commit to something like that. But I do want to do that. I think it'd be great. I think it'd be a great thing to do on the side, to make those videos and continue those stories. Absolutely. Yeah, I do want to do that. That's one of my goals for next year. No, I changed it up, Claybuster. I'm back to being a Taurus the way I should have been.
Anchois, who's the better rider and driver amongst both generations of the brothers?
Vito and Sonny, clearly, like by miles.
Delusion.
I think they want to know which is better, Vito or Sonny.
Oh, like between them?
Between the two.
Oh, that's tough. That's tough. Um, fuck. Shit. I would say Vito's the better of the two. If I had to judge just between you and the chat saying that's Sonny. Sonny's a menace on the horse. I'll be honest with you. It's more of like they're both menaces, but I gotta decide who's the lesser menace, basically, at this point. Vito's the lesser menace. He's a menace, but he's the lesser menace of the two. I think that's I'm gonna go with that. Vito's the lesser menace, so Vito's better. Vito's the best, and that's not like the better of the two. I mean. By the way, kind of true. Thanks so much for the resub and Duper Super with 1 year. I appreciate
I'm
you,
gonna
dude.
butcher this person's name.
Fucking 1 year, dude.
Inertia asks, how do you as a player ensure that Sonny Cut's an intimidating figure? Brackets, believe me, felt like the first time I saw him on Buddha stream, brackets. And do you try to make Vito feel different in terms of approachability?
I do try to make them different in terms of approachability for sure. Vito is much more approachable than Sonny ever was. Sonny was approachable for different reasons in a different way, and mostly just for family people only. But the intimidating figure of Sonny is pretty simple to do. Kind of sucks, but for me at least. But Vito's Sonny is that silent, intimidating observer that will say things in short, succinct ways. That will get across his message. Sonny has a lot of weight behind him as well, a lot of history and weight behind him, and the power of the family, I guess, in that context as well, that makes it so that he can do that. That Vito can't do that yet. So yeah, Sonny's just the kind of the quiet, intimidating guy. That fuck, you don't want him to say the wrong thing because that might put you in the wrong spot really quickly. Vito is not there yet. Vito is not that kind of intimidating yet. Maybe never. I guess we'll see. Talk more on Vito, for sure.
Huncho asks, there have been a lot of new names and our peers that have joined the family in NoPixel. Who's Crux and Vito's favorite addition? Good question.
Oh man, that's a great question, but there's so many names. I mean, I'm gonna start with the two obvious ones, which is, well, Tiny Tony and Saturn, because
How
Tiny
we
on
doing?
Tiny on Wild, you played, well, you played Tiny, but Tiny on Wild wasn't a part of the family.
No, not at all.
He wasn't in the loop, and so this time around, having you in the loop has been fucking awesome. It's a whole
Despite
different
what the
dynamic.
law thought on Wild, Tiny was not a part of the DiCenzos.
The law thought a lot of things that were very wrong about that whole situation. They have the city under their thumb. It's like, no, we don't, bro. No, we don't. Everybody's at DiCenzo and Santini. What? Yeah, very, very
Man,
different
I was
takes.
nervous coming into NoPix. I was nervous because it's true. Like we always had scenes together, but like I didn't get to like role play with you guys. Like not in the way that you would with somebody within the group. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, yeah.
I was like, man, what if they thought they liked me, but now they got to put up with me 24/7, and they're gonna fucking hate my character.
No, hell no. It's been hella fun. It's been hella fun having you in now. Like in.
Dude, I've
Super
been
good.
loving it.
Yeah, it's
Man,
been
I
great.
count my blessings every day with that. You know what I mean? Because it's we talked about it a little bit on the podcast yesterday, but it's so important to find like your people in role play.
Very true. That's very true. Yeah, the people that you mesh with, the people that you click with, and that you do
Yeah.
things, and you're comfortable doing these things with everybody. For sure,
Yeah.
I think we do have that blessing, all of us, of having that group. Even with people that we hadn't even met, and we met for the first time in NoPixel, like for example Saturn, right?
Yeah.
I think it's we have that group of our peers that just fucking feel great RPing with each other all the time, right? So it's
Yeah.
that's important. That's important.
Yeah, surround yourself with people that you're not only comfortable with, but push you to improve your RP every day. You know what I mean? That's what the
Yeah.
group is for me. I love that, man. I love that.
Yeah, that's for sure, for sure. So Tiny.
Also, we can do RP that would be like I don't know. There's such a comfort level with doing like within conflict RP and stuff like that you just know like you can trust your scene partner all the time. You know what I mean?
Yes, very true, very fucking true. Yeah, absolutely. And there's so many people that are good examples of that. Like Versa is a great one. Like
Yep.
he plays this little shithead Carlo. I don't know if you guys know him. Little shithead Carlo, but Versa, we know Versa's fucking chill. Like like we're comfortable doing all that shit with him, and because
Yeah.
we know at the end of the day we're just fucking RPing with our boy. You know what I mean? It's Versa. It's chill. So,
Yeah.
yeah. So Tiny, Saturn for sure with the whole Juno thing has been incredible. She's not obviously a part of the family, but I would consider her part of that circle of our peers that we're talking about for sure. Lottie with Minx has been really cool as well.
That is cool. Yeah.
Since also on Wild, we never RP'd with her as like part of our group. Now she's in. In that group of our peers as well as in the family. As far as I know, actually, I don't actually know if Lottie's technically in the family. I'm not sure. And all the other people that we've met along the way now in NoPixel as well. Frankie, Sid has been awesome. Eve has been awesome as well from what I've seen. Unfortunately, again, I don't get to RP with a lot of these people myself, but I know they've been great additions. All the new Italian characters as well. We have Lucia, Louis, Tommy Kuzo, fucking incredible. Yeah, everybody has been incredible to RP with. I've been so happy with the RP that we've gotten. There's been so many great additions. And then we have the old timers as well, right? That have been incredible all the way along. Halsey with Joe is great. Fredo, Ewan with Fredo, Ghost with Dante, etc. All these old timers, man. And we have Das Tony with fucking Matteo has been an incredible character.
Yeah.
So yeah, everybody's been great. There's quite literally nobody I could mention. Nobody I could mention to be like, nah, you know. Everybody's been great. Everybody's been fucking fantastic. Donnie has been fire too. Yeah, Donnie's been great. That's another example of somebody that we never played with as part of the group because on Wild he played McMuffin, but he was Taipan, a fucking Taipan guy.
Yeah.
And we had conflict with them, and you know towards the end there we were in gunfights with Donnie with McMuffin on the other side, and that whole shootout was fucking great. Um, and then now we're playing with McMuffin as part of the family, and it's been fantastic. Yeah, Cruddy plays a great character there. Yeah, everybody's been great. All the new additions have been fantastic. Did the question ask me to specify one? And then there's Croc.
Who is Croc and Vito's favorite edition? I guess it does kind of imply one. That's kind of tough, though.
Yeah, that's so tough. I can't do that. I can't pick one. I gotta go with the fucking I love everybody equally. Because it's true, everybody's just fucking fantastic, so.
Yeah. Also, I saw it mentioned in chat, never forget the 40 signatures. Never forget.
The 40 fucking signatures.
That's right. That's right. The sheriff wiped their ass with that, but still.
Oh god, yeah.
That was so much fun. That RP was so fun.
Saw it and threw it out. The fuckers.
Yeah. Should we have put known gang members on that 40 list? Probably not. I remember when they read a name that ended in Moretti, they were like, fuck this list.
Yeah. Yeah. It was worth it though. It was worth it.
So there were at least 30 civs on there. Victory Street and the Morettis, maybe we could have left them off.
Honcho asks, what was your favorite Sunny/Vito arc, and what was your favorite to watch and or be a part of?
Ooh. Favorite Sunny arc. Huh. Favorite Sunny arc. Oh man, there's so many. Fuck. It's so difficult picking your favorite of something. That's so hard. Maybe Moonshine Empire with Sunny? For those of you that don't know, that was when they introduced the moonshine mechanic into Wild, and we created like this alliance between us and I believe it was Kettleman at that point, or was it Renaissance? Fuck, I don't remember. That was so long ago. But we created this this alliance with Peppo's character at the time. Was Renee? Yeah, okay, so it was Renee. This was oh man, Renee's. Oh man, Renee. But we created this alliance with them, and it was something along the lines of like they ran the moonshine, but us as the DiCenzos, we would ensure that nobody else ran the moonshine outside of like our little alliance. So like if people wanted to run moonshine, they could with us, and they'd give us a cut kind of thing. And if they refused, we'd also be like the strong arm of the whole organization. So if they refused, we would go out and hunt these people down and force them to stop doing moonshine. So we were like the fucking, we were the gangsters that were just beating people up. It was fucking great, man. That was so good. We also had Top Derek Mountain with his character Walter Cross in that alliance. So it was a three-way alliance. It was us, Renee, and Walter Cross. And Walter Cross did the harvesting of everything in order to make the moonshine. Renee did the running of the moonshine, and we did the protecting the industry kind of thing. It was such a good arc. I found it to be such a mafia thing to do, such a fucking mob thing to do. It was great. Yeah. It was great with Sunny. Yeah, that was probably one of my favorite arcs in Wild. Got shut down, unfortunately. But yeah, with Vito, favorite arc is definitely gonna be Juno.
Aww.
It's been fucking great. Like I'm not even saying that because you ain't here, but it's been great. It's been great. It's been so much fun. It's been so much fun exploring that RP with you. So, yeah.
Myth asks, today Sunny said, nah, I intend to live forever. Is this because Sonny is a vampire and Vito is actually Sonny, but with plastic surgery?
This was Myth? Again?
Yeah.
Oh, Myth, I love your questions. That's funny. Fuck. No, Sonny is not a vampire. Unfortunately, I would love that to be the case, but no, Sonny's not a vampire. That's such a funny question. They would be just too different, Vito and Sonny, even physically speaking. You know, fuck. But imagine if Sonny was a vampire. Imagine the shit that Sonny would be doing in 2023. Crazy, that man. Crazy. Sloan turned him into a vampire. Sloan is a vampire, that's for sure. Definitely a vampire. Sloan.
Sagress asks, why doesn't the stop command work? I keep typing it, but Vito never stops. Sag.
Oh, fuck. So, the stop the stop command is more of a courtesy to you guys, all right? It's not supposed to
Vito, time
work.
to pump the brakes, pal.
Yeah. It's more of a suggestion, you know? It's more of like, hey, you should stop, maybe, but, just suggesting here, Croc, maybe Vito should pump the brakes a little bit, pal. That's the best I can do with that. I'm sorry. So I'll be honest. So sometimes I don't even. Okay. Sometimes I don't even fucking know I'm going off the rails with something. All right. Sometimes I don't even know I'm going. I'm gonna say some dumb shit, and it just by the time I realize it's done, it's been said. What can I do?
What was that line that Vito said that completely took me out, man? What was it? It was nuts in your guts or something like that. Bro, that took me out, man.
I'll put my nuts in your guts later tonight. Yeah, baby. Yeah. That was a little off. That's a little off, yeah. Yeah.
Grell asks, since we're coming to the end of 3.0, what's Vito's EC list look like?
EC list?
I don't know what an
Emergency
EC
contacts.
list is.
Yeah.
Emergency contact list. Well, I mean, coming to the end of 3.0, the emergency contact list was like 4 people or something like that. It was no, it was like 5, I think. So it was Juno, Luch, Joe, Fredo, and that's actually it. No, it was 4. Yeah, it was just 4 people. I think.
What the hell? No Tiny Tony?
No Tiny
No
Tony.
Gigi?
No Gigi. No Tiny Tony. No Gigi.
Oh.
No Rod, no Sinatra, no headphones. Imagine I snuck headphones in there somehow. Oh, Dr. Moo would have been great to have him in there, damn.
Oh, what a gem of a character.
So good. I love
adore
that.
him.
That little side thing we had with him, the whole bovine infection, that was so good. That was
It was
good.
started off as a joke and it just it just developed into a genuine great friendship.
Yeah. It was fantastic. Great character.
The only way 029 asks, what are your plans for Vito in 4.0? How do you plan to RP the time skip if there is one?
Well, there is one now, I believe officially, right? For everybody. 5 years have passed, is that correct? I thought I heard it was an announcement. Yeah.
Yeah, it was announced.
Well, should we reveal it, Juno?
I feel like we low-key already revealed it, didn't we?
No.
Sort of.
Well, not
No?
the most important part. Okay, so I'll
Okay.
say it. I'll say it now. Juno and Vito, they left for the 5-year retreat, if you will. Along the way, mistakes were made. They're coming back married. They got 3 kids. They're driving back to Los Santos now with a van, a minivan. They got the kids in there. The 2 dogs are still alive. Tinta's fucking
Shit, man.
right there. We got 3 kids and a 4th on the way. Mistakes were made. We're gonna come and we're gonna hit the RP scene with that, starting off from the get go. Boom.
Jesus
We're
fucking
married.
Christ. One way to get banned off the server, pregnancy role.
Oh yeah, no, of course is. All right, of course this is a joke. All right. Oh man. Yeah, I don't want to. Well, yeah, we did kind of reveal it a little bit already, which is we left to Colorado. We're chilling in a cabin, Well, I don't want to spoil anything else though, right? I don't want to, say anything now. Vito is balding, Juno is balding. Yeah, we'll see.
Vito
We'll
and
see
Juno
tomorrow.
got married, now they're filing for a divorce.
Yeah, like that's
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, no spoilers. We'll find out in RP tomorrow. All right, we'll find out in RP tomorrow. The kids are balding. That's how stressful the relationship is. The fucking kids are like, they're at most 5 years old and they're already fucking balding and they got gray hair. They can't stand it. They can't fucking stand it.
Hancho asks, where did the DiCenzo name come from, and were there other names you had previously used?
Oh, that's a good question. People have asked that before. So the DiCenzo name came from Mafia 1. The game Mafia 1, and it wasn't a character in the game. It wasn't somebody in the game, it was in the credits. Somebody who played a role in creating Mafia 1 in the credits, somebody, I forgot what role they had the name DiCenzo, I think it was. So not the DiCenzo name, but DiCenzo, right? And we were creating, I think we were creating like the first DiCenzo characters we ever played. And it was like on DayZ or some shit like that. And Z and I were like, wait, we need to come up with a cool fucking Italian name, a badass Italian name. Where can we find one? And we had obviously played the Mafia game. We looked at the credits, and it was the one name that stood out to us was that name. And only that name. Like I don't think we even considered another one. Once we saw it, we were like, that's it. Like, yo, like right there, that's the fucking name. And so we picked it. We picked it out of the credits of Mafia 1. Eventually, we got to the DiCenzo version, which I think is better, in my opinion. But, yeah, that's where we got it. We didn't consider anything else. That was the only one. It's like love at first sight,
Flamin' Cornbread asks, what was the significance of Vito calling his mum after him and Juno becoming an official couple, or was it just a meme?
Wait, did Vito call his mom?
I think he did. I think when they officially made the relationship official, didn't he get on the phone and was like, hey mum, you're not gonna believe this, or something like that?
Oh no, but no, but that was a joke.
Yeah, well, they asked, was there any significance, or was it just a meme?
No, that was just a meme. I think I called somebody who I knew was not gonna answer, and I was just, yeah, it wasn't an actual call. I didn't actually call my mom. No, there's lore behind that I hope to reveal at some point as well. But no, I didn't actually call my mom. But it's definitely a joke.
Serge asks, if Vito could death note people in Los Santos, what would his top 3 picks be? Don't you hate anime? This is a weird question for you.
Wait, sorry. I thought I was in the middle of an earthquake there for like 15 seconds. I had to step up from my PC real quick. What was it? Can you say it again?
If Vito could death note people in Los Santos, what would his top 3 picks be?
Oh, no enemy questions. No, skip. No, so I don't know what the Death Note thing is. Is that the one where he can write in a notebook and that person is gonna die?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. If I could Death Note somebody, Carlo. Carlo's going in there. Carlo's name number 1. Sunny Sweet, name number 2.
Oh hell yeah!
It's Sweets, by the way. Sunny Sweet.
Is it Sweets or Sweet? I thought somebody said Sweet.
Sweet.
We had a huge debate over this. Yeah, we all thought it was sweet.
No, Sunny Sweets.
Who else? Jerry Sweets might be in there now too. I don't know.
What?
He was a little passive aggressive with Vito. He was a little passive aggressive. Yeah. He called Tiny a Democrat or something, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Thankfully, Tiny cleared the fucking record and said no. He's part of the Italian. What is it? Italian Populist Party or whatever.
Yeah, something like that.
It's fucked up, man.
Who else would be on there? Oh, we'll put in Harry Brown and Saab there, just for good measure. Fuck.
Jesus Christ, Ellen in chat just slapped Juno. I'm there to skip if you are.
Oh my god. Jeez.
Oh my god.
Bloom would be a good one to have on there. Everybody who voted me off of fucking Survivor within the first hour of the entire fucking thing, everybody there that voted me, they're all on the list, all of them. Not Divine, no. There's no reason. Divine's been chill.
What?
Except for the last.
Yeah, Divine's chill, bro.
Even then though, he's been chill.
Grell asks, where the fuck is Jojo? Who's Jojo?
Oh.
Who's Jojo?
I know what this is in a reference to. The day Juno got kidnapped by the Saints, that whole thing, and we were all out looking for her, right? Anthony Z was on Corleone, and he was with Luch and them and Carlo, I think, in a car, like looking as well. And we rolled up on we were together at that precise moment, and we came across a guy in like a Christmas sweater running around. And Corleone gets out the car and points a gun at the guy. He's like, "You, come here! Where the fuck is JoJo?" It's so funny. It was so fucking funny. The guy was like, "I don't know what the hell you're talking about, please."
That poor guy.
I think he even did like a little Batman, "Where is she?" It was so funny. That was so fucking funny, bro. He just pops out of the car. "Where the fuck is JoJo?" So good. It was so good.
Myth asks, why is Vito?
Okay. Another why.
Yeah.
I'll counter that with why is Vito not? Think about that one.
Wow.
Think about that one.
That's good. That's good.
There you go.
Well, Owens asks, how is Vito?
Thank you, Ernst. Vito's just chilling. That's it.
All right. That's fair. But Astra wants to know, when is Vito?
Are we gonna get a what is Vito in there too?
No spoilers. We can
Okay.
answer that
All right,
question.
my bad. All right. When is Vito? When is Vito? Vito is timeless. Vito is Vito transcends time. You know, he's beyond the concept of simple time that you mere mortals live your lives by. That's me included as Croc. Vito just exists within time itself. That's no, he's not a vampire. He's not a vampire.
Oh my god, Vito is Edward from Twilight.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I don't
This is
sparkle
the
in
skin
the
of a
day.
killer, Juno.
No, not Edward.
I know what you
on, Spider
are,
Monkey.
Vito. I know what you are.
We could write this into the conversations we had when we were high in the cabin in Colorado.
We have to make that canon, man. Well, Ellen asks, where is Vito?
Oh my god.
Where is Vito?
Well, Vito also transcends the concept of mere space, the way you mortals perceive it. He simply is where he is, when he is, period. That's it. You know, like, and then when he's not, where he's not, he's not where he's not, when he is not there. Simple. I mean, it's just, you gotta wrap your head around it. It might be difficult. It's difficult for me. But he's there. He's there where he is. That's pretty much it. He's there where he is. And he is not there where he is not. You know? Capiche?
I lost you, man.
Well, here's the thing. This next question, I think chat pretty much answered. I'm pretty sure a vampire. But what is Vito? That's asked by the Alley Rose.
Oh my god. Okay, he's a vampire. All right, I'll give it up. I'll give it up.
I
He's a
know it.
vampire.
I know it.
He's Edward.
It's sunny.
Fucking
It's been
Twilight.
sunny the whole time.
We're watching Twilight tonight. We're
Hell
watching
yeah,
Twilight.
bro. I like
No,
Twilight.
Please, no.
Yeah.
Underrated.
Please, let's watch Twilight.
Can we skip the Thunderous baseball scene,
No.
please?
Wait,
No, that's
you
the best
team
scene.
Jacob because I can't watch with you.
Don't say you're Team Jacob.
Me?
No, team Edward
He's
always.
Jacob is a pick-me guy.
He's a pick me. Yes,
He's
thank
a
you.
Yeah.
fucking man wolf. He's a fucking man wolf. What are you talking about?
He's a furry. Why would you want to support a fucking furry?
I don't want to fuck the guy. If people want to turn into a wolf, that's fine. I'm not gonna fuck him, but he's a fucking wereman. Wolf.
Okay, and he also imprints on a child. Like,
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
question. That's
man,
questionable.
Yeah, that is
That's-
a weird scene.
That's questionable. Yeah. All right, Team
That
Edward.
seems a lot to take in.
I've been converted. Team Edward. Fine.
okay.
Hell yeah.
Well, Zoom asks, is Vito?
Yes, but also no.
Oh,
At the same time. Both at the same time. He is.
God,
But he is
Menage
not.
Vito.
That somebody said in the chat earlier. Schrodinger's Vito. He's Schrodinger's Vito.
I like that.
It is he. So Vito only is when he is being perceived. That's the only time you could say Vito. Wow, Vito. Look, it is Vito. But if he's not being perceived, then Vito isn't. You know.
Oh my God.
And it would be impossible for anybody to prove that while he is not being observed, Vito is. It would be impossible to prove that. So, one must assume, based on the fact that you cannot prove it, that he isn't. Simple. It's simple. Just get your fucking heads around it. It's simple.
Damn. Well, that's a lot to think about and leads us kind of into our next question by TD. Vito?
Vito.
Yeah. The question mark.
Yeah, no, my answer is Vito with a period.
Yeah, that's what.
Oh,
that's what
okay.
I-
Yeah, there you go. That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, just Vito.
Oh, Turnip asks, does Vito?
Similarly,
You have the opportunity to say a great thing right now.
Vito does what he does when he does it.
It's pretty great.
You could have said Vito do like Yoda.
Oh.
You know, like the way that.
It's not like Yoda.
It wasn't like Yoda at all.
I don't.
Vito do.
Vito do. Just imagine Yoda just saying it just like that.
Vito do.
Oh, this next question's my favorite for sure. Go ahead, Tiny.
This next one is by Kino. Has Vito ever had a dream that you had your you could you'll do you want you could do so you'll do you could you want him to do you so much you could do anything?
I love when Juno does this shit because I don't know what to say.
Have you ever had a dream that you had your you'll do you once you could do so you'll do you could you want him to do so much you could do anything?
I can't say I have. I'll be honest with you. I don't know what the fuck that means.
Have you seen that video?
No. No,
You haven't?
You haven't?
No.
Oh, I'll find it
it's
for you.
Classic.
I'll find it for you. Hang on.
It's like the PBS interviewing children.
Oh no, so that's a
It's
kid that
something
says that?
It's like a little tiny kid.
That's so funny.
There you go. I DM'd it to you.
Okay, let me watch this. Hold up. Oh man.
Have you ever had a dream that
Okay, hold up. Oh, I'm sorry if that blew you guys up. My bad. Okay, let's watch this.
have you ever had a dream that you had you could you do you want you could do so you do you could you want him to do you so much you could do anything?
Oh, that's so good.
So good.
Oh, that's so fucking good, dude. Oh, I wonder where that kid is today. That looks like a 90s video.
Yeah.
He's got to be my age now. What's he doing? Where is he in life?
I think he's on TikTok. I think he's
Is he
very
really?
proud of being that meme.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Does he still have these dreams?
I'm sure he does. You don't lose it, you know?
Oh, man.
Okay.
Ellen,
Yeah, you go with this next one. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Ellen asks. This is so dumb, man. Vito and Vito are hanging off a cliff.
Oh, what? Vito and Vito are hanging off a cliff?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. That's it?
Which
That's the
Vito do
question?
you save?
Well, since Vito only exists when he's being perceived, I would
Oh my god.
I would save the one I'm looking at. Because that's the only one that
Okay.
exists. That's,
That's a good answer.
what the fuck am I supposed? Oh fuck. Okay. Yeah, there you go. I'd look at one Vito, manifest him into existence, and then I'd save that one.
Now, Grell is asking, who is Vito?
Oof. Damn, that one cuts deep. That one cuts deep.
Vampire.
Yeah.
He's a baseball
Vampire.
playing vampire. That's what he is. That's
Yeah,
who he is.
goddamn right he is.
I mean, makes sense. Bada boom.
Ooh.
Yep.
Ooh. Who is Vito? That is such a deep question. All right, it is too deep. It transcends the deepness that we have entertained here in this thing today. Unfortunately, Vito is the leader of the free world.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I'm gonna go with.
Luke says, so, if Vito was a worm, would Vito still love himself?
Oh my god.
I mean, actually, there's a
Was-
question. There's another question here if you really think about it. Does Vito even love himself?
Oof.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Damn. But wait, hold up. But in that question that you're asking, Saturn, is he a worm or not?
Well, okay, so what the question is, if Vito was a worm, would Vito still love himself, implying that Vito already loves himself? So does Vito, not as a worm, love himself?
So just Vito being Vito, loving himself.
That's my question, because in Luke's question, it implies that he already does.
Right.
Does Vito love himself? Does he think he's funny?
Vito doesn't like Vito. Vito doesn't think Vito's funny. Vito doesn't want to spend time with Vito. And the reason for that is because Vito doesn't know Vito. He doesn't know himself enough quite yet. How could he know Vito? He doesn't spend enough time with Vito. He's too busy spending time with Juno and with other people and you know, with the family. It's also a scheduling issue.
Scheduling issue. I forgot about that part of that song. Yeah, Vito said all that and then goes into scheduling issue.
Oh, fuck. That's a deep question. Does Vito love himself? Man.
I'm sorry, I dissected a worm question. Only I would fucking do that, man.
I think Vito doesn't love himself. Vito it's not part of the equation, you know what I mean? It's not mathematically in there, right?
Okay.
Vito's perception of himself doesn't fucking matter. All right? Doesn't matter. If he were a worm though, he would love himself. I want to make that clear. Without a doubt, like abundantly clear, there's no doubt he would love
Such
himself.
an idiot.
Why is there an angle?
Oh no.
There's an angle emote?
Oh yes, yeah. Oh dude, yeah. Yeah, there's an angle emote. There's a couple actually.
Alan saying, Juno, make that man a worm. Maybe then he'll love himself.
Vito's relationship with Vito is transactional. I love it. I love it.
Oh, you should take this one, Sam.
Ellen asks, if Juno was a worm and also bald and also had no hands, would he still love Juno? But then Luke asks, and would the zipper be stuck?
Wait, what?
I don't know, man.
To put something in her mouth? No.
I don't know.
No,
I don't know, man.
I would never do that to a worm with no hands. What the fuck? A bald worm with no hands. Jeez. What did this worm go through? Why is it bald? And what happened to its hands?
I mean, worms don't have hair or hands.
That's what you think. Have you ever? How do you know there's no worm out there with hands and fucking like a head of hair?
You know what? I'm fucking Googling this. Worm with hands.
I am so sorry
Ooh.
with what you're about to see. I'm sure
We've
that's
got
some
a big
bizarre
one
shit.
right here. And that brings up our next question by Grell.
Oh!
Worms don't normally have hands or hair, but if Juno was a worm with hands and hair, would Vito still love it?
These fucking questions, Jesus Christ. worms definitely have hair. Some worms definitely have hair for sure. Yeah, it's just not like a
We're like talking the Juno Dew, but
yeah,
on a worm.
exactly. Not long flowing blonde hair, right? It's just,
That's right. That's right.
oh man. I'm just gonna say universally, Vito would love Juno in all of her iterations. I'm gonna say the politically correct answer here. All of her iterations, as a worm that's bald without hands, and as other things.
Well, I'll tell you, the
Two.
next question really brings up a good point. Is it all just in a name? Saturn, I'll let you take this one.
Luke asks, let's imagine you find a worm on the street named Juno. Would Vito love her?
So it's not Juno, but it's named Juno.
Yeah.
No,
Is there
of course not.
fuck the other Juno.
Exactly. There's only one Juno. I'd step on that worm.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ.
Oh fuck.
Oh, this is interesting. So Ellen's now asking. So there's a pot full of worms, and Vito knows Juno is one of those worms. How does he make sure he grabs the worm that is Juno?
Oh my god. Okay. Oh fuck. Oh my god, dead guy. What if Worm Juno worked for the PD and can funnel you info though?
Jesus Christ. You guys remember that game called Worms?
Yes, I love it.
Oh, I used to
Great
play that. Yeah.
It's a great game. No, but I know how to answer this question. If there was a pot or whatever, a jar full of worms, and Juno was one of them, and I had to find it, it's easy. I just get close to the jar and be like,
You think that'd work?
yeah, Juno would come crawling right away.
Tunip asks, if Vito was a worm, what type of worm would he be?
I'd be a cobra.
A what?
A cobra?
The fuck is a... Isn't that a
snake?
snake?
Snakes are basically just big fucking worms.
Yeah, that's
Tell
a
me I'm
snake.
wrong.
That's not a worm.
Tell me I'm wrong. Snakes are just big
You're wrong.
fucking worms.
You're wrong, pal. You're
I
wrong.
don't know.
They're the
I don't
same
know about
thing.
that.
Tell me the difference. Explain it to me. Go.
A worm doesn't have a fucking face. A
Ooh.
worm doesn't have eyes. It doesn't have any venom. It doesn't have anything that a snake has. The only two things that they have in common is that they're long.
Mm.
I know some worms that'll disagree with you on some of that, but we can talk about that later. All right. I'll put you in contact with some of my worm friends.
I don't want to be in contact with some of your worm friends.
What worm would Vito be? I'd be an earthworm. Yeah,
Oh yeah, there you go.
I'd be an earthworm. You struggle. You put all that effort into just earthing. And then if it's good for good Vito analogy. You finally find some light. You bust out of the earth and you're like, wow, the earth. Look at this. It has now ended and I am out in the day. And then in comes a fucking bird, swoops down, and it's early in the day. And you know what they say: the early bird gets the worm. And boom, take another L. Just getting eaten up,
Jeez, yeah. It's
Yeah,
true.
I'll
It's a
take
tough
a
life.
worm. I'll take a worm. Basically, is what an earthworm is. So
That was really moving.
thank you. Yeah, that would be I would be an
Wow.
earthworm. Yep, that's me.
My God.
Yep.
Now we've got another question. This one comes from Luke 1902. Okay, serious question now. Croc,
Ooh.
what do you think should be the character changes if needed to make the brothers work together? Or do you think it is just a matter of events that happened that made them clash so much?
That is an interesting question. Character traits that cause the friction between the brothers. Thank you, Luke. Oh man, those worm questions were great. Stubbornness is definitely one, but I don't think it was. I mean, people can be stubborn and it'll be fine. They won't, do what Luch and Vito did. I don't know if character traits. I do think it was events that happened, and it was maybe not so much like specific events, just like the circumstances that they found themselves in. I do believe that there was a disconnect between the two brothers, and it wasn't necessarily anybody's fault. It wasn't like one of them was doing something wrong, but just the fact that they couldn't communicate well and they couldn't be. I would also say they couldn't do things together necessarily. I think that's also a good way to like create a good relationship with somebody if you do things together. I don't think there was a lot of opportunities for Vito and Luch themselves to do things together, and because of that, there was some distance that was created between them, and that distance led to bad communication, misunderstandings, suspicions even between the two of them that just kind of fomented like that negative relationship that we had in 3.0. So I think if those circumstances change, if that set of circumstances change that cause that divide, then we would have a better relationship for sure. We just need to be on the same page and doing things perhaps together, right? So that no grudges were made, Florens, right? So that we don't make any grudges. But yeah, there was also grudges that were made for sure, yeah, in 3.0. Yeah, I feel like it's just circumstantial, not even events, not even personality traits. It's just circumstance. Again, nobody's fault. Nobody's specific fault, unfortunately.
Stereo asks, why is Vito Vito? This is intentionally open-ended.
Vito's Vito because I made Vito Vito. You know what I mean? No, I mean, I'm just, it goes back to what we were saying earlier. Like, I'm pursuing a different avenue of RP than I did with Sonny in a lot of different ways. So, Vito is Vito because he's supposed to be Vito. All right? He's supposed to be Vito. What's up, Malogio? How you done? How you done?
Tree fell asks, if in the conversation with Juno at the bar, Vito seemed to have some interest in how to actually navigate sensitivity and how to approach people with emotionality in mind, are there plans for Vito to change a bit in that sense?
Yes. There are plans to change Vito in that sense. Just probably not in the way you all are thinking.
Oh.
That love at the end.
Yeah. Yeah. That's it. That's it.
Okay. Minx asks, who put the angle in Juno's mailbox?
Oh my god, the mystery of the century.
Yeah, we truly can't figure this one out.
Mm-mm.
We can't. We even started asking people, like, we don't know.
Yeah.
No one's giving any hints.
I think somebody is lying. I think.
You're gonna say Carlo?
No. Well, like, maybe. Maybe. No, without saying anybody specific, Carlo. I think somebody is like, and hiding it. I think somebody's hiding it. They're lying, dude. They're lying. Somebody is lying out there. Just to keep it going, they want the spice, and I love it. I'm all for it. No, we don't. Not Gia. Well, not as far as Angel has told us. You know, nobody knows. Nobody fucking knows.
See, someone said they think it's Gina because of her broken arm at the time. Then why wouldn't she use her other arm? If it was her, she would absolutely use her other arm.
True. You do have two arms. That's very true. Yeah.
Yeah. And 2 hands.
And two hands. Yeah.
Yeah.
Claire. It was Claire. There we go. We have the answer.
Wait, I find that one suspicious. If Juno used her other arm, it would still be wiggly because it might not be her dominant arm.
Her dominant arm is her right arm. I think it was her left arm that was broken.
Oh, so then why would she use her left at all?
Yeah. I could be wrong. I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure it was her left.
Well,
I don't think it was Juno.
it could have been Juno, but at the same time, at that particular moment, she may have been a bald worm without hands, so she couldn't have drawn.
Yeah.
the
That's
angle.
true.
Yeah. Rules Juno out, man.
What if she was a worm with hair and hands?
Then
Still
it was
possible.
her.
Then-
It was
It
her,
could have been her.
100%.
That undeniable evidence at that point, you know.
Next one comes from the Only Way 029. After the Happy Halloween incident, did Vito see that Luciano one-on-one talk coming, and how did it go from his perspective?
I'm assuming so the only way I think you're talking about the makeup talk, right? In at the top of Gentry, right? That's the only one that makes sense. Did I see it coming? Yes. Did I see it coming at that particular moment? No. I again, like I said earlier, I hope everybody knew that was temporary. Vito leaving the family was temporary. That he was going to come back at some point. I didn't think it would happen that quickly, but it did. Luch reached out. He wanted to talk, so I went and we talked about it. It was a little bit surprising about how quick Luch reached out and wanted to talk, but at the same time, it was also a relief because it let me, as Vito, come back into things faster than it would have been if I would have waited longer. So it was good in that sense. It was really a relief in that sense. What did Vito think about it from his perspective? I think there were a lot of underlying issues that were simply like, let's just look, turn the other way kind of thing. Like, we can't fix it. We have to just look away and pretend like it's not there, and let's keep moving forward. Like a lot of issues that were just not really solved, but we at least resolved the part of Vito being away from the family again, and that was the most important thing. But there were a lot of underlying issues that weren't addressed, that weren't really fixed, and I think that's why, even though he came back after that conversation and the relationship was initially okay, there was still friction. There was still friction, as you guys obviously saw towards the end of 3.0. There was still a lot of friction, and that's because there was underlying issues that were never addressed, and Vito knew that. I think Luch also knew that, but yeah. That was an interesting talk.
There was a part 2 to this one. It feels like we got the good ending in terms of how the brothers' relationship went, and with the conflict around Juno, both Vino related to Little Italy related. Where does Vito go next from that? Downhill?
Downhill? No, not at all. Uphill. All uphill.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I'm being extremely optimistic, but I've also gotten a lot of L's, so I don't know. We're just going, all right? We're just going. Let's leave it at we're going. Uphill, downhill, don't matter. We're going, all right? We're going.
Quell Cat asks, if you had to choose one, which duo would you choose? Gigi and Vito or Sissy and Santino? Why?
Ooh, that's a good. Ooh, that's interesting. I would go with. I I would go with Sissy and Santino because there's just more there. There's more RP there. There's more history there. There's all the characters were older and all that. It's just like older in terms of like we played them longer, right? So yeah, I would go with Sissy and Santino. Good stuff. Love Angel. Gigi's fucking incredible too. Angel's so good. Angel's so good with all her characters. So, but if I had to pick one, I'd pick Sissy and Santino.
There's a part 2. How would you evaluate the brother-sister relationship of Gigi and Vito and Sissy and Santino?
Oh well, Gigi is a cousin to Vito, right? Which means that he does consider her family. That there's a blood relationship there, which is it's something I didn't have with Sissy and Sonny. There was no blood there, but in that arc, Sissy and Cesare were always kind of like, it's difficult to explain that. Platonic, but also maybe not. I don't know. They were also kind of not platonic, like they were. I think they kept it platonic because of family business, but they also, maybe behind the scenes or something. You know what I mean? Like Sissy and Cesare were a thing, kind of a little bit. But the brother sister relationship is very different because on one side, on one side, Sonny would consider Sissy a sister, but in terms of like family relationships, like not like blood relationships, but like in internal family relationships, whereas Vito would consider Gigi almost like an actual sister, right? They're cousins. There's a blood relationship there, so those relationships are very different for sure. True, Anthony. Yeah, but at the same time, like not. I don't know. There was there's something weird there. There was something that was like official, but also not official. I don't know. Mint, by the way, thank you so much for the resub. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Mint Chip.
Myth asks, so is Vito reading the DiCenzo book with Juno on the ship right now, or is he going to leave that unread?
Oh shit, we didn't actually end up reading that. Fuck me. I guess I could. Is there a way I could see this book somewhere? Because I could then read it OC and just kind of write it in that we did read it, and I could show Saturn.
Yeah, what is this book?
It's a very interesting book, from what I could tell. It's got like pictures of our WildRP characters in the book.
Yeah,
in
hell
NoPixel.
yeah. There's a
Apparently
Tiny
there's an
Tony picture
Imgur
in there.
album.
Oh hell yeah! Okay. Okay. If there's a link to an Imgur or whatever, then yes. Okay. I could we could write it in that we read it. I think it's important because it felt like one of those books where it's like, this is a meaningful fucking book. So we could do that. We could do that. Fuck, we could do it now. Well, not like now, but during this, we could do it at some point.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting.
Hydra
link.
Hydra asks, will you ever consider doing variety on stream?
Variety. I have done variety
yeah.
sometimes. Yeah. I think I've done variety a couple of times, but
We should do Far Cry.
we could, yeah. We have considered it. I have considered it for sure. Yeah, yeah. At some point. I think when if I ever at some point commit to going full time with streaming, then yeah, I would do variety every once in a while. I like playing other games. There's a lot of games I'd like to play on stream. So yeah, at some point.
Oh, you can take this next one, Saturn.
Okay, Croc.
Uh-oh.
The most important question.
Uh-oh.
No joke. Okay? Are you Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Saturn asks, Fortnite? Think about it before answering. Think about it. Really think about it.
Okay, I'm done thinking about it. I don't have enough space, unfortunately, on my PC.
You
at the moment.
just bought
Your
a
brand new
fucking
PC that has nothing on it.
Unfortunately, I just don't have enough space. I don't know. I'd have to figure out what I need to uninstall, what I need to move around, compress or whatever. I don't. I just
Oh my
I couldn't
god!
find a you know, how many gigs is it? I can't find a spot for it. Unfortunately, I'm sorry.
You're infuriating! God! I've got my arms crossed.
Gonna follow up though with an important question by Keiki. Can Vito do the gritty?
Can Vito do the gritty?
That's right.
No.
No,
He
he
doesn't
can't.
play Fortnite.
I can't do the gritty. No, I think I've done the gritty a couple of times on Vito, actually. So, fortunately, he might be able to do the gritty, even though he doesn't play Fortnite. I'm gonna write it into the law. He doesn't play Fortnite. Vito does not play fucking Fortnite.
Rentex asks, Vito and Juno talked about Vito having sociopathic tendencies because he only thinks logically and not emotionally. Does Vito hide his emotions, or can you expand on that? I think you answered this.
Yeah.
You definitely answered this.
Yeah, it's back to the emotion or the intentionality of it, right? It's not that Vito doesn't feel emotions; is that he definitely hides them, and he does that with the idea of, well, abusing relationships and people, or manipulating relationships and people through those emotions, right? So it's not that Vito doesn't feel; it's just that he suppresses them. Yeah, little bit of psychopath. Yeah.
He's a little emo kid, a little emo boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, little emo boy. That's it. Yeah.
Rogue GGS, if Vito somehow had the opportunity to speak to Sonny and or Cesare, what would he ask them / talk to them about?
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Holy shit. What would he ask them and talk to them about? I think he would ask how it is that they managed to build the foundation they did in order to build the family that ended up coming from it. You know, how they did it. What was the idea behind it? How they were able to be on the same page, because obviously that's kind of like a center plot point for Vito and Luch, obviously, their relationship. And if I would immediately compare it to Cesare and Sonny's right away if I could talk to them. How did you guys do it? How did you guys get on the same page? How did you guys agree on these things? And in the points where you disagreed, how did you resolve those disagreements? How did you fix that? Right? How did you move forward from those things? So personal questions there, mostly in relation to the relationship between the brothers and the current day brothers. And he would talk to them about everything, dude, about everything. What were their motivations? Why did they choose to do that? And interestingly enough, which is something that I like putting into like the lore of it all, you know, why did they choose to kind of curse the legacy that they were leaving with the blood that they spilled and all the sacrifices that they made? Because it ends up kind of being like that with a mafia family, right? Especially if it's like a literal mafia family, so the DiCenzo's all the way through. So like each descendant of Cesare and Sonny would have been expected to continue doing something like that. It's kind of like a curse and a burden that they put on 120 years of fucking people with a name, right? So that kind of motivation there, and if they understood that, and if why they were willing to do that to a bunch of people that came from them afterwards, I think that would be an interesting talk. It's a very abstract thought, but it would be very interesting. Who put that lance in there? Has that always been there?
Laddie Blue, they've got 3 questions. First one is, what's Vito's favorite ice cream flavor?
Vito's favorite ice cream flavor. Vito doesn't eat ice cream.
Okay.
You don't like ice cream at all.
No, not at all. He finds people who like ice cream dumb. No, I'm kidding. Pistachio.
Oh, okay.
Pistachio ice cream. Yeah.
Okay.
This means a tutti fruity guy.
Tutti fruity guy.
Does he prefer summer or winter?
Oof, that's summer.
Okay. Finally, Croc, give us a few book recommendations, please.
Oh boy. Oh boy. I really think, again, I'll go back to the Brothers Karamazov. If you've never read it at some point, if you're into literary stuff like that, I'm giving book recommendations. I'd highly recommend reading it at some point in your life. It's an incredible book. But then on less serious stuff, I would say, I recently read Project Hail Mary. Great book. The Martian, which we're doing a whole book club thing on, also a great book. The Expanse series, fantastic. I'd go with those for now. I would go with those for now. Great books. I'm into a lot of sci-fi stuff, so those are fantastic books to read. Project Hail Mary was really fucking good. Really fucking good. And The Martian is one of my favorite books of all time.
I gotta check that out. I haven't read The Martian.
It's so good.
Then actually, you mind taking the next one? I just gotta grab my food from the door.
Yeah, of course. Let me know when you're
Thank you.
back.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. Kydra asks, is Vito finally choosing happiness by going to Colorado with Juno?
Oh, that's an interesting question. Sure, I could say that's a part of it there. Yeah, temporarily, but yeah, sure, yeah.
Okay. Myth asks, what is Vito's favorite time of day? Morning, noon, afternoon, evening, night, etc.
This is such these questions. I swear to God.
They're so specific, man.
Yeah. Sunset. So
Golden hour.
Yeah, like golden hour-ish. Yeah. Golden hour-ish. Yeah, that's a good time of day.
Honcho asks, what character or roleplayer that you interacted with in WildRP and or NoPixel really caught your eye and displayed top tier content and roleplay?
Ooh, again, that's so difficult to choose one, but I will say you, Saturn, on NoPixel. 100% incredible roleplay.
Appreciate that.
Fucking out of this world.
I mean, so are you, dude.
I appreciate that. Yeah, it's been great. It's been great. I would say between or across both, Peppo, dude. Peppo with Edgar, and then on Wild with Kettleman and Renee and all that. Peppo, dude. I'm a big Peppo fan. Huge Peppo fan. Fucking love Peppo. And just everybody, honestly, it's so difficult to like choose specific people. It's so difficult, but everybody plays incredible characters. That we've had the pleasure and the privilege really of finding the people to RP with, and everybody's just been awesome. Really, like we've had such great interactions across both WildRP and NoPixel. The players are just incredible. So He's bringing Jack into 4.0? No way.
I'm pretty sure I saw the name Jack Kettleman pop up on Twitter before.
Really? Okay.
I think
On
so,
Twitter?
unless I'm hallucinating that. Yeah.
Holy shit. Okay.
Okay, I'm back.
I do have a quick thing to comment on that Evil Monkey posted in your chat.
Uh-oh.
Vito gave the handcuffs to Edgar.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's crazy. Juno was gonna use the handcuffs on Edgar.
No way.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Oh my god, the irony there. Holy shit. Yeah, Vito gave the handcuffs to Edgar. Yeah.
It's fucked up, man.
For free, too.
Fucked up.
It's fucked up, yeah. But he did, yeah.
Tanya, you want to take the next question from Swords?
Yeah. So this one's from Swords. Did Vito have any romantic relationships before he came to Los Santos? Besides Ludovica, of course.
Yes, he did, yeah.
Whoa.
That's where I'm leaving it because I don't want to spoil any of that. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He had a whole family. He's got like 8 kids across different continents too. It's crazy.
Wow. Letty Blue has a bunch of questions.
That was a
First
joke,
one,
by the way.
What were Vito's plans, dreams, hopes when he first arrived in Los Santos? If he had any at all, did he manage to fulfill some of them, or did the city and the events that unfolded take him into a completely different direction?
It's a good question. That's a good question. We when we came to NoPixel, we didn't know what we wanted to do. We were kind of there only temporarily. We said we were gonna be there for a few days and then go back to Wild.
After a very planned vacation from Wild.
Yeah, and at first, so like we literally started without any specific goals or aspirations or anything. We were just like, let's go check this out. Let's play these characters. For any of you that were watching from the beginning with like Z, you will know that Vito was not the same character that he is now. He was a completely different fucking character. Even physically speaking, I kind of made him as like I was gonna be this funny like fucking street guy, right? But Vito ended up being completely different, obviously, from what he is now. So at first we had no goals, aspirations, and then we saw it was getting serious, and that we had not only were we staying in Los Santos longer than we expected, but people were coming in. We had old people that we had RP'd with coming in as well, and in a blink of an eye, we had 30 fucking Italians that we had to do something with. And so we then at that point we evolved to more of a long-term thinking thing with NoPixel. Then we started getting goals and aspirations. Then we started thinking about organizing. Then we started thinking about, where do we want to take things? How should we do things, right? So it kind of transitioned into that. At first we had nothing. At first we literally had nothing. And now we have everything ahead of us, right? So it was it was a bit of a transition there.
Next question. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. That was it.
No. If you okay.
I'm done,
What are Vito's thoughts about Eviano adopting Lottie?
Yeah, I learned about that like the day we left or something. The whole adoption thing for me has always been a little bizarre. With NoPixel, right? The way people like adopt full ass grown adults.
Yeah.
It definitely is a little weird. So I kind of laughed at it a little bit in game when I heard about it. But I mean, other than that, no thoughts really. I mean, whatever. I guess they adopted Lottie. Sure, nothing else. There's nothing else really to say about that.
I mean, I have a question then. Does Vito consider Lottie his niece?
No, not at all.
Technically, you're her uncle,
No, well, I'm but like an adoptive uncle, right?
Uncle
Like
V-Man.
Uncle V Man. No, but I guess on paper, sure. I guess she's my adopted niece because she's the adopted daughter of Eviano. But like to consider her like a family member at that point because of that? No, no, not at all. Vito barely considered Eve a family member even after the marriage.
Yeah.
And a family member in a very different way, I would say as well.
Who would Vito say are the people closest to him or that know him best as 3.0 comes to an end?
Juno for sure, Luciano for sure. Aside from those two, very few. Probably Joe. Halsey with Joe knows Vito quite well. Fredo probably knows Vito well. Tiny to a degree, I would consider him one of the people that you know that know each other okay. Um, and then there's other people that I think we have lore, like backstory, kind of knowing each other kind of thing, right? So like Dante Russo, for example, somebody that grew up with Vito. Percival, also somebody who grew up with Vito, so they know each other, but it's like backstory knowing each other. Um, yeah, that's pretty much it, really. I don't think anybody else I would consider knows Vito very well.
Were there any totally unexpected relationships, ones that surprised you?
Unexpected relationships?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, ones that surprised you.
Um, surprised me. The whole thing with Luch kind of surprised me a little bit. How distant the brothers became kind of surprised me a bit, I guess. What else? I'm talking. Are you talking about like relationships that I had, or just relationships between people, or...
I'm not sure. Maybe you?
Yeah? Then I would say the whole Luch thing was a bit surprising. But also not. You know, it was also kind of fuck. It's difficult. Rod, I would say Rod was a surprising one, but in a good way. You know, Rod's relationship with Vito was great. I think we had a great little rapport and all that going between Rod and Vito. It was surprising, but it was good. It was good. I like that. If we're talking about other relationships, Carlo getting engaged with like fucking 8 people for sure. Charlotte and Tony, Fredo and people, Fredo and Charlotte and Fredo and Sammy. It was a good little surprising thing there with Fredo. Fuck, I don't know. It's a difficult one. I don't know. I don't think anything else really kind of surprised me at all.
Any favorite scenes or interactions, maybe memorable places in Los Santos?
Scenes, interactions, and memorable places. There's a lot. Holy shit! There's a ton of memorable scenes with a ton of people, including Juno, but other people as well, in the family and all that. Really good stuff. Um, yeah, the pond, for example, memorable spot for sure. Little Italy overall, memorable place in general, with all the Italian stuff everywhere. Great fucking memorable spot. Um, Bada Boom, fantastic. The fucking the speakeasy, the borough, also great with what Halsey did in at the bottom as well. Incredible. Cassidy, yes, Cassidy Trail. Of course, iconic Cassidy Trail, Ewan, for sure. Yeah, I would say that's pretty much it. But in terms of locations, but in scenes, there's a ton of incredible scenes, a ton of incredible scenes. 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 A ton of incredi when you saw someone spying on you and Juno in the background. You remember that, Saturn?
I thought you were fucking around, man.
No, dude, I spotted somebody through like the hole in the in the wooden things, dude. That was crazy. Since 3.0 is over, can we tell you? Yes. Yes, please tell me. Please. Please tell me who it was.
Malarkey?
Tommy Malarkey?
Why? Oh, it was the cop he rode through.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, there was a cop that rode through the bridge while we were there, yeah.
Oh. Watching out for... Aw, look at that. Look at that. Juno's got people, bro.
Yeah, Juno's got, I suspected that as well in character, that it may have been that cop that drove by. It made sense. It made sense. That's funny. That's funny. But I saw him out of, like, the chances, man. Like, the chances that the angle, there goes the word, being so specific to see through that little slit in the wood planks or whatever, where I could see him right there. And then I enhanced the photo and it looked like a picture of the Sasquatch. It was funny.
Ellen asks, are you going to keep Vito/DiCenzo lore the same for 4.0? Are we all going to have to wipe our brains of what we think we know of Vito and start again?
No, not at all. I think that would be a disservice to the RP that has been had so far and the stories that have been made. No. It's all gonna be it's a continuation of it. It's not a fresh start or anything like that in terms of lore and things that happened. Obviously there's clean slates with regards to certain things like grudges and stuff like that we are going to follow through with, but other than that, it's just a continuation of the same stuff. I mean, stuff that happened, it's there. It contributed so much to character development for so many people that it would just be a disservice. So no, you don't have to wipe your minds clean of any lore or anything like that. We're gonna go through with it. We're gonna go through with it.
Laddie Blue asks, what's the first thing Vito does after waking up? I think we all know the answer to this.
Do we? Go ahead. What is the answer?
Checks his phone.
That would make sense. Yes. I guess so. Yeah, checks his phone. That checks out. Yeah. Okay. We'll go with that. We'll write that into the lore. Juno's pissed at Vito every time he wakes up because the first thing he does is check his phone.
Yep.
Zoom asks, would 4-hour brother arguments still be a thing if Luciana was a worm?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. I'd say probably. Yeah.
If Luciano, Myth asks, if Luciano and Vito were both worms, would they still find a way to argue?
Yes, absolutely. What 100%. We'd worm at each other nonstop.
Lauren HB asks, how do you think the dynamic of the brothers would change if Luch was the older brother and Vito were the younger?
Interesting idea. I don't think it would change, though. Again, it was circumstance that caused that dynamic, in my opinion, rather than personality traits or specific events. And the events were caused by the circumstance in any case. So, yeah, unless the circumstances also changed with that thought, what do you call it? Thought experiment. Then no, I think the dynamic would be the same. Age there, I don't think has a role at all.
Azusa asks, would Vito consider Eve funny if she was a worm?
Good question.
Yes. Yes. Yes, I would. Yes. Would he want to spend more time with her? That's a different thing. Would he like her? Different thing entirely. But he would consider her funny. He would consider her funny.
Swords asks if Vito could travel to 1902, and interact with the DiCenzo family during that time, who amongst them would stand out to him the most? Who would he think he could learn the most from?
Oh, interesting question. The both of the brothers obviously would be number one on both. Well, yeah, I guess simultaneously be number one on both of those approaches. Um, I'm assuming they're talking about like RP 1900s, right? Are we talk? Wait, are we talking about wild people? Right?
Yeah, I think like just within the family.
Okay. Okay.
It's interact with the DiCenzo family.
Okay. Then we're talking, yeah, for sure. I mean, so Pearly, yes, 100% Pearly. Scarpo would be an incredible person to talk to as well. Effie, bro, Effie, 100%. All the big players there in the family. Jeez, everybody. Definitely Pearly, dude. Pearly, yeah, Pearly's a good call. Pearly's a great call. Scarpo is as well, though. I think Scarpo's character, so good. Sergio Scarpati. Woo is a good combo. Hancho. Woo said like 3 words, dude. The wisest words that have ever been spoken, obviously, but only 3 words.
Honcho asks, has anyone made you want to step up and elevate your roleplay in the moment? And when did you realize you had a great thing going on with roleplay?
Ooh, a ton of people have made me step up, for sure. If we're talking about across different games and stuff like that, so many people. In Wild, it was nonstop, and in NoPixel, it's also been nonstop. Um, when did I realize we had a good thing going? That we had a good thing going with RP? Oof, years ago with Wild. It was an incredible experience. It was an incredible experience. We realized we had a good thing going there for sure, for sure, for sure. So I don't know. That's what 3 years ago now. At this point, 3.5 years ago, something like that. Before that, RP was just kind of like a casual, kind of like a just fucking around thing that Z and I did when we RP'd on like Ark and Reign of Kings and stuff like that. I mean, we did it and we had a lot of fun, but it wasn't like serious RP. It wasn't like art RP. You know what I mean? I think we encountered that really for the first time in Red Dead and Wild. It's really good stuff. 2019 GTA was also good viewing, but it was also just like I said, not really. It was a little too like goofy, you know. But with Wild, we turned things serious, and that's when it got really good, really fucking good. Yeah, Nid, where's my money? Where's
Alice
my money?
Catherine asks, in your opinion, what are Vito's greatest strengths and flaws as a character?
Is normal Vito or is this warm Vito?
It looks like normal,
Okay, all right.
but you could answer for both.
For normal Vito, I think the ability to suppress emotion, kind of like on call, is a good strength. I think that's a good strength. I think that's very useful for things, you know. Obviously, in the context of what I'm talking about, in the context of somebody who is looking to create a mafia organization, an illegitimate group of fucking criminal-minded people, etc. Yeah, obviously, it's good to be emotionless with certain things. So that's definitely a positive strength or a trait or whatever. Stubbornness was definitely a negative trait that is built into the character. Stubbornness, though, is not also necessarily always negative, right? I mean, you could be stubborn in a good way if you stand by your principles, you stand by your ideas. That's being stubborn, I guess, in a way, but you know, it can always that can also be a good thing. So it kind of goes both ways a little bit with stubbornness. Positive traits, I would say, also his rationality, right? Being able to rationalize things, be logical with things rather than emotional. Negative traits is that he he like so with Vito, this is obviously I hate talking about he, but it's me, I guess. But he likes intentionally fucking up things. As we see with a few things that he's done, Juno and stuff, right? Where he just intentionally fucks things up like a dumbass. Idiot, fucking idiot. Shooting himself in the foot. Yes, Mint, that's it. He shoots himself in the foot for sure, yeah. I think that sums it up. I think all right. Classic Vito, yeah.
Treefell asks, since being with Juno, Vito has gotten closer to a few police officers and gotten to know them, but has also seen how they treated Juno. How has this changed Vito's view of police since he came to Los Santos?
Interesting. I think how does it change Vito's view of police in general since he's come to Los Santos? That's an interesting question. I think Vito has a fear of police, obviously, for a lot of different reasons, law related and stuff like that. He's got a fear of police, but through his relationships that through Juno, he's gotten to know some police officers on a professional and also personal level. I think. I wish I could have explored more of that for sure in RP, but that also kind of led him to a point of view where maybe this is not as scary as he thought. You know that these are people, that these are at the end of the day they're just people doing their job kind of thing. So it kind of pushed him towards that, and obviously because of Juno as well. That mentality where it's you don't see the group of police is just like one big bucket of people that I should not be friends with, I should not do anything with. It's just more like these are people, and that's their job, and they're just clocking in kind of thing. So yeah, that's where he's at right now. I guess we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. I guess in 4.0 where that goes, but more of a loose relationship with police and the idea of police, right? Less threatening, I guess. That's also because he's been clean, right? That if that were to change, if Vito were no longer clean, then I think he'd have a different opinion. But we'll also see what happens in 4.0 because I don't know if a lot of people that were playing cops are going to continue playing cops. So we'll meet new cops, I guess.
Subinex asks, if Worm was funny, would he still veto?
How many Worm questions have there been? It's like 10.
So many, man.
There's so many Worm questions. Jesus. If Worm were funny, would he veto? No. Because Vito isn't funny. So the Worm cannot veto. The Worm would have to do something else with its life.
Nikki Jesse, sorry, go on, Tony.
No, that's all. It's just well said. It was a good answer.
Okay. Nikki Jesse has 3 questions. First one. Now that Vito has made it through 3.0 alive and impeached, would Vito ever run for mayor of the new Los Santos? And what would the reason for being mayor be in terms of the family?
So I wasn't impeached. Or was I? I didn't know. I never got notification that I was impeached. I don't know.
You did get impeached.
Did I?
100%. 100%.
Yeah. Well, Max did, so you as deputy mayor. Like, you directly weren't impeached, but you were outed.
I was outed. Yeah, for sure outed. Even though I could still clock in, which is funny. But but that does, like, would I actually get impeached, like myself as part of the impeachment? Like I am no longer able to run for office and shit like that, or what? I have no idea how that works. I have no idea.
I don't think you'd be blocked from running for office or anything.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously now it's 4.0, so I don't think any of that matters anyway. But
Yeah.
yeah, I think we're gonna go with the mayorship ended rather than I ended up impeached. You know, I think we're gonna go with the mayorship ended. That's it. The stint as mayorship or deputy mayor just kind of ended. I do want to pursue that, right? I do want to pursue that in 4.0 as much as I can. I think it was a really interesting learning experience, in character and out of character, about how some of that stuff works within NoPixel and what they have set up. So I want to learn more. I want to continue doing that if possible. We'll see. We shall see.
Question 2. 4.0 lore and guidelines were updated on IRL Twitter today. See the NoPixel tweet about an hour ago. That was a few hours ago now. How will Vito work on leaving the animosity behind with Eve and Luch for the sake of the family? Can you give us a little sneak peek preview into his mindset for this 5-year later jump before tomorrow? Give us something or the worms won't make it.
Oh my god. Is that a threat to the worms? Oh no.
Have you seen the Twitter? Have you seen the lore?
No, not officially. No.
Do you want to see it?
Some people were, yeah, sure, I guess, yeah.
Okay. It's very interesting.
Well, are these like guidelines as to what?
It's the lore.
It's the lore, just the lore, yeah.
Yeah, I'll share it with you.
Okay. Okay, these are the guidelines, yeah.
Oh, sorry, wrong one. The one above that. The one above that.
Aha, yeah, okay, perfect. Okay, so 5 years have elapsed since the devastation of the Sanguine Isle War. Should I just share my screen with this?
Sure, if you want to.
Okay, let's check this out. All right, guys, let's check this out. Hold up. So this is the lore here. Okay, 5 years have elapsed since the devastation of the Sanguine Isle War plunged Los Santos into chaos. The former government, crippled by overspending and an inability to repay loans, crumbled, leaving its citizens in disarray. Forced to evacuate due to the lack of support from other nations, the once vibrant city became a ghost town, a failed state. Damn. Okay. Now, a beacon of hope emerges as financial aid pours into Los Santos, signaling the dawn of a new era. The city embarks on a cautious and phased reopening strategy. Government agencies, reduced to a skeleton crew, work diligently to lay the groundwork for recovery. Among the ruins, a resilient spirit takes hold as officials strive to rebuild not just the physical infrastructure, but the trust and confidence of the citizens. The government officials become architects of change, overseeing the development of new buildings and businesses that will breathe life into the city. As the skyline transforms, so does the social fabric. The returning citizens, once displaced, now find themselves on the frontier of a revitalized Los Santos, eager to reclaim their homes and livelihood. Yet the journey is not without challenges. Lingering shadows of the past haunt the day, testing the resolve of the fledgling government and its people. Amidst the reconstruction, a delicate dance of power unfolds as factions vie for influence in the reshaped city. NoPixel 4.0 becomes a canvas for stories of resilience, rebuilding, and the complexities of navigating a city reborn. The narrative unfolds in a tapestry of ambition, struggle, and the inexorable march of time in the wake of a city's resurgence. Interesting. Okay. I mean, it's kind of what we expected, right? I mean, so 5 years. Now it's official, I guess. Economy collapse kind of thing, right?
Yeah, but they include the sanguine stuff into it, which is
Yeah.
kind of, yeah.
And they do mention that some lingering shadows of the past haunt the city. testing the resolve of the fledgling government. So some stuff does carry on, it seems, right?
Mm,
At least with regards to that. Maybe the sanguine stuff. I don't know. I don't know. How is that going to influence like Juno, for example? Then
I mean, asking for a veteran discount at Burger Shop.
yeah, yeah. Veteran benefits, nice.
Yeah, no, I just thought it was interesting. I haven't really thought it through. But it's not really my position to comment on that since it's your Q&A, you know.
Right. Well, that's fine if you want to. But yeah, okay. And then we have the guidelines, right? After this.
Yeah, I think it's just below it.
Yeah. So
Guidelines are just guidelines. Yeah.
Yeah, permanent stands. Characters who met their demise in 3.0 remain at rest. Okay, so no reviving characters. New horizons, new characters. Okay, conflict resolution. While past conflicts add depth to characters, we aim to maintain a positive server environment. Please minimize carrying over wars or animosity into the new era. Let fresh narratives unfold organically. Okay, so I think this is where the question's aimed, kind of, right?
Yeah. So the question was, how will Vito work on leaving the animosity behind with Eve and Luch for the sake of the family? So, yeah.
Well, I mean, the whole thing with Eve, I wouldn't necessarily call it animosity. That there's no reason to have animosity with Eve, right? It was just more of just didn't know each other. That was it. Period. There was no animosity there necessarily. I think maybe after that conversation, there may have been a little bit, but not necessarily from Vito's side. So I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, that there's no animosity to carry over there, right? So with Eve, there's nothing there. The whole thing with Luch is a different story. I mean, we don't want to come back and immediately go back into that animosity that we have or have had during 3.0. I think we're going to try our best to start as fresh as possible with regards to our relationship. So yeah, we won't necessarily carry over there. I don't want to also spoil anything, but we're gonna carry on there as best we can from a clean slate. We're not gonna carry that stuff over. If it's in the past, it happened, but we're not gonna dwell on it. Basically,
Yeah.
Can you give us a little sneak peek preview into Vito's mindset for this 5-year later jump before tomorrow?
well, it's 5 years. I think the best sneak peek I could give you is we're gonna be happy to see each other again after 5 years, right? And I say that not only for Luch, but for everybody. It's gonna be the first thing you guys are going to see in RP basically is people are going to be enthused and super happy and motivated because we're all coming back. We're going to see each other again, and that's a positive thing, and we just got to keep that positivity, I guess, going. But yeah, that's it. I don't want to give anything else out,
Question 3. Besides the bittersweet comment at the pier with Fredo and Luch, how else did/does Vito think the last 6 months in Los Santos was for him? The family, the brothers, Vito's connections in the city? What are a few things that Vito would have done if 3.0 went on for another 3 months? If things stayed the same in that time period of time, hypothetical sense only, and not going into 4.0 lore?
Well, the conversation on the pier was never intended to go that way. The bittersweet comment I think was taken a little bit out of proportion, but Vito was obviously happy for all the things that we'd achieved, even though it was bittersweet. So his opinion on it was, yeah, we did all of this. Yeah, he paid a price with a lot of things that happened, but we got it. We were successful in what we did. And so he would be happy for that. He obviously would be happy for all the things that were achieved. For us as a group, for us as individuals, all of it. It was fantastic, fucking great, bittersweet, but fantastic. So that was his general opinion about what had happened in 3.0. And if it went on for another 3 months, that's difficult to say. When you have like an ending of something coming up, when it's coming up, and you maybe just don't know exactly when. When you have an ending of something coming up, things that, you know, kind of revolve around that, right? So even though it would have been pushed by 3 months, I don't know if we would have pushed for things like having contingencies for not being the owners of Little Italy and stuff like that. Because at the end of the day, we knew it was gonna go anyway. If 3.0 was the end of like of it, period. If it was just forever, then just gonna be 3.0, then we would have done things like made contingency plans. We would have done things and set up business outside of Little Italy more, right? So yeah, it's difficult to say. But if in 3 months we knew 3 months 4.0 was coming out anyway, I probably would have pursued more of the political stuff. Probably would have been deputy mayor again for the next mayor coming up. I probably wouldn't have run for office as mayor myself, but just stayed as deputy mayor for a little bit longer, or as long as I could. I probably would have gotten more involved with family stuff in Little Italy on the criminal side of things, probably. But yeah, it's hard to say. Aside from that, you know, I guess the RP kind of guides a lot of the decisions that are made in character anyway, so it's hard to predict stuff like that.
There's one little last question here. Please answer. Did Vito make the angle and leave it in his own mailbox?
No. I think Saturn, I think you said it best yesterday. Vito was already taking enough L's, dude. Why would he just give himself another L? You know, like why?
Yeah.
Why?
Yep.
Hey, Wombax, how you doing? Can't wait to run into you as well, dude. How you doing, Wombax?
Evil Monkey 04 asks, approximately how many pages is the DiCenzo lore you have written?
How many pages? Oof. Like it's like 10 pages. Again, it's
Okay.
it's an outline. It's not really fleshed out at all. It's just an outline. And it's not just like a story. It's also got character descriptions and stuff in there. It's not. I mean, it's not fleshed out, but just a general outline of things. No, 10 pages. Not 10 notebooks. 10 notebooks would be crazy. 10 pages. Like a Word document page.
I'm gonna butcher the username again. NidTMWLY. What does Vito hate the most? Skinny jeans, anime, or washcloths?
That's a difficult question. That's a
It
very
shouldn't be.
difficult. No,
It
it's a
really
very
should. It
difficult.
really shouldn't be.
No, what do you mean it shouldn't be? Washcloths?
Like, you're gonna pick washcloths?
Washcloths are terrible. I hate washcloths. I've never used one, but I hate them.
Oh my god!
I hate them. Animes are that's the obvious answer, you know. But I don't know. I feel like anime and washcloths are on the same level of hate, despisingness, despicableness for me, for Vito.
You've definitely got layers and layers of fucking dirt if you're not using a washcloth.
That's wild. That's wild. You call me dirty?
Yeah, I went there.
How dare you? How dare you?
Or BioBird 1026 says, what kind of snacks did Vito and Juno take with them for their road trip?
Jeez, these questions. I don't know.
Road trip snacks are important.
I never thought of what snacks Vito would like. I never thought of that. What would he like?
Pistachios.
Pistachios, okay, fine, clear. Pistachios. What else? Cheez-Its.
A cheese board.
He would eat Cheez-Its.
Spicy Takis.
Oh, hell yeah.
Just chips, chicken chips, and sandwiches, and stuff, and water and stuff, and pretzels. Fuck, give me some pretzels. I love pretzels. I don't know. I don't know what else. What else would they have gotten as snacks? It's a how do people think of this, but I haven't? You know, like why would I? Why would it's crazy? Why would you think? You know, like Juno, like fucking Juno, Saturn. Have you thought of what like Juno? What side of the bed she sleeps on? Have you ever thought about that?
Yeah.
Oh, how about you? How about you, Tiny?
Yeah, Tiny sleeps on the left side.
Okay, all right.
Well, when he's sleeping alone, he sleeps diagonally on the bed.
Okay.
Yeah, the diagonal. But then if someone's there with him, he prefers the left side.
Gotcha.
He's not going to make
I-
a big deal if they want the left side, though. Yeah, of course, I've thought about this.
I love the little details. Giving the character little details. Like the tiniest things.
Okay. Even that? That's crazy. What time of day is Tiny's favorite, Tiny?
I'd say those real twilight hours. You know what I mean? The sun's going down, but there's still some light.
Okay.
Best for committing crimes and/or cooking meth.
Right. Of course. What are Juno's favorite snacks to take on a road trip? Saturn.
I don't know what they're called. They're like these, fuck, what are they called? They're like UK candy. Let me find them.
So apparently I'm the only one that hasn't thought of this shit? Apparently I'm the only fucking one. Like you just sit there and you
Yeah.
create your character and you're like, yeah, he seems like a midday guy. You know, like who the fuck, Eddie?
So I can't remember what they're called, but they're little sweets that come in like a stick, and they're quite chewy and they're covered in sugar. I for the life of me, I'm blanking on it.
Sweet sticks.
They're not like sweet sticks. Think of like wine gums, but like coated with sugar.
Okay, no idea. No
Like
idea.
a licorice kind of situation.
Fuck, what are they fucking called, man? What are they called? I can't remember what they're called.
No, you got me. I have no idea.
Yes, fruit pastels. There we go.
Fruit pastels, okay.
Yeah, those.
Fruit pastels, alright.
And the Kinder Buenos, but she prefers the white ones over the dark, like the chocolate ones.
How? How do you write this in, dude? How? Jesus. Not just like the Kinder, but you know which one she prefers. It's layers and layers and layers of that. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck Vito eats. What are you talking? Don't ask me. Ask Vito. I don't know what the fuck.
Tiny be dried Italian meats. He'd bring that on a road trip with a couple of nerds ropes.
Oh, nice. Okay, I like that. I like that.
That's
It's
right.
a good little combo. You put the nerd rope on the dried meats, and then you just eat it all in one bite.
Yeah, wrap the nerd rope with the gabagool.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you wrap it up. Just like,
Dude, I've already thought about what Juno would be doing in the car for hours and hours driving over to Colorado. She'd take up knitting, dude.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's not bad. Yeah.
Or like embroidery as well.
It's not bad. That's not bad. Okay, I haven't thought of that. I got a lot of thinking to do apparently tonight. A lot. A lot of fucking thinking.
You ready for the next question?
Yeah, go for it.
Azul asks, will we ever learn what happened to Vito's mother?
Yes. Yeah. You guys will know what happened to Vito and Lucha's mother. Yes. At some point, but again, it'll be revealed through, dialogue in RP, basically.
Cummins Mike 24 asks, how do you think Eve wanted Vito to interact/react to her in that combo they had after the "I don't like you" etc. line and the "you're more emotional than I thought" line? She seemed a little caught off guard.
How did I expect Eve to react?
How do you think Eve wanted Vito to interact / react in the conversation?
Oh, okay. How? Well, I think she kind of made it clear in the conversation. I don't know. I feel like Eve was expecting Vito to be like, yes, Eve, I want to get to know you as a person because I'm interested in getting to know you because, because I have some sort of like, just I don't know. It's like she expected there to be a reason why Vito would want to get to know her aside from her being Luch's wife and love interest and all that. But that wasn't there for Vito, because again, like there was no organic way for us to have gotten to know each other before any of that. There was no like we're hanging around at the same time and place all the time, right? Like I don't know, there was a disconnect there. So I think Eve came in with hoping maybe that that's the way Vito would have taken the conversation and said those things, but that's not what Vito said. That's not the way Vito felt, unfortunately. Yeah, that went very differently to what I guess Eve expected it to go. Yeah.
NRRRT asks, with the 5-year time skip for 4.0, would Vito and Luciano's father be out of jail?
No. Our father's in jail for life. I'm pretty sure that was already said in RP as well. He's gone. He's locked up. He ain't coming out. He ain't coming out. Unless.
Oh. Unless?
No, that's it. That's where I'm leaving it.
Hey, it's Shay asks, what was the most impactful arc / moment / interaction, whatever comes to mind first thing, that you've had in RP in general, wild or NoPixel? Could be positive or negative.
Ooh, I would say the Maxine killing, man. That was again for Sonny the most impactful moment of his life. I think it was impactful for me as an RPer as well. I think it was the first time I permit somebody. So that was kind of wild. Yeah, I would say that moment. It said event, right? Event / interaction. Yeah. So yeah, I would say that. Yeah, that event definitely most impactful. But there have been others with significant impact. I think yesterday we were talking about it. The RP shakes a little bit, where it's like you do something in RP and then you just can't stop thinking about it, or something happens in RP to you and you just can't stop thinking about it. I've had quite a few of those. In NoPixel and Wild and yeah, it's been crazy. It's been a lot of moments. But that one I would highlight that one for sure. By the way, Dr. Drizzle, thanks so much for the resub.
Is Vito
and Shay,
baffled
thank you
that
so
the
much as well.
precedent he set in Little Italy was rather bittersweet than the angle he was hoping for?
Wait, can you say it again?
I think it's a meme. Is Vito baffled that the president he set in Little Italy was rather bittersweet than the angle he was hoping for?
Yeah. It's all the words. I don't. Should I answer that?
Do whatever, man. It's up to you.
Look, it was all bittersweet. The precedents that were set were right. Okay. I was definitely baffled by a few things multiple times.
Oh yeah, hell yeah, you were.
And the angle was a good angle. It was a good, solid angle. Like it's one of those reliable angles. But it wasn't the angle that I think everybody expected it to be, right? I think that was a big thing. Everybody expected, like, I don't know. I feel like everybody expected Juno to like go delete evidence or something because of her relationship with Vito. That was never the case. It was never the case of I would ask Juno to like take a bunch of cocaine out of the evidence room or something. It's not the way it was gonna work. All right.
You're right. She would have done the cocaine instead.
Yeah.
She didn't even go get Tiny's Uzi back from the evidence locker.
Crazy.
The next question is by Zoom. If Tiny and Saturn were worms, would you still let them host the Q&A?
Yes. Absolutely, of course.
Hell yeah.
That would be even better. How do worms speak, by the way? I don't like.
They're very quiet.
If they had mouths, it'd be like.
Okay. I'll ask this question and then I gotta go AFK for a moment. Rakam asks, how would you compare your relationship with your brother between Sunny and Vito? Would Sunny butt heads with Cesare, like Vito with Lucy?
No, not at all. Cesare and Sunny were very much on the same page, and there's reasons for that. That's why I always say, or I've mentioned a few times today that, the reason why Luch and Vito were so disconnected was circumstantial, just the circumstance of it all that led to that. But the relationship between Sunny and Cesare was very different because Cesare and Sunny were fucking glued together from the very beginning. They did everything together, and it was just them for the longest time. So they went through all these experiences together, and then they started meeting new people together. It was all together. Everything that we did was together. All of it. And we built up from the bottom up together, all of it, right? So that's why Cesare and Sunny are on the same page. That's why the two of them have no issues of communicate. Well, there's communication issues, but no issues of misalignment with everything, right? So they were synced. They were super synced. But because of the circumstances in which they came up, that's what allowed them to be synced. Whereas Vito and Luch don't have that. They don't have those circumstances under which they could have formed that bond, right? In terms of building up the family and all that. So, very, very different. Sunny would not butt heads with Cesare often. They would butt heads, but not often. Most definitely not to the degree that Vito and Luch have butted heads. That's very, very different.
As this, how often, if at all, do you talk and discuss future arcs with other RPers? Like, not so much scripting, but have a loose plan with certain arcs.
Very rarely, and in fact, I would say 99% of the time it's just with with Z about just general goals for our RP in long term with like the family and stuff like that. But you set a goal like, yeah, okay, we should set up a family or whatever. But how we get there is completely improvised. It's completely RP driven. So very, very rarely, and it would only really be with relation to stuff like that. So.
Coke Fever asks, from Myth, are you definitely super certain that Vito owns no assless chaps?
Yeah. Yeah, super certain. Yep. Yeah, I doubled down on that one. I put money on
Positive, because he's asking for Myth.
I would this sound like a Myth question, but I would 100% put money on that. Definitely.
Yeah.
Myth.
Yeah. Well, Coke Fever, I appreciate that question, and I'm sorry, Myth. he doesn't. It's looking like he doesn't. Maybe in the future. By Subinex, this is also okay. Subinex asking for Myth. When does Vito get assless chaps? There we go. No, that's good. There could be hope on the horizon, Myth. Hold on.
Well, I mean, they did go to Colorado, and they're going to be like living off the land and stuff like that. So there could have been a chance that Vito, for whatever reason out there, and then we're talking about horses and shit like that too, remember?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. I don't know why he would put on assless chaps, but there could be, like, there's a connect there. At least we can get to the point of maybe chaps. And then assless is just, half a step away from that, right? So
that's right.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a chance.
We're back to arseless chaps.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
people
full
are
circle.
asking on Myth's behalf. Yeah, so
Full fucking circle.
Wow.
Sub and X, we appreciate that. And Myth, I hope that gave you some hope.
There's a chance.
There's a chance. Claire asks, if Vito had a theme song, what would it be, and why would it be Girls Just Want to Have Fun? Okay, but seriously, what would his theme song be?
I don't. Girls just want to have fun, obviously. Oh, that's funny. Fuck. What would his theme song be? I don't know. I don't fucking know. Barbie Girl.
Wow, of all the songs, man, you went with Barbie Girl.
Yeah, Barbie Girl.
Wow.
You know so many songs. You have great music taste, and you went with Barbie Girl.
Barbie
Okay.
Girl. Yep, I'm gonna go with Barbie
I'm
Girl.
so
Yeah, that's the
disappointed.
one. That's the one. Or Britney Spears song. You know,
Toxic by
Ooh.
Britney Spears.
Toxic by Britney Spears. Yeah. I don't know. I'd have to think of a theme song for Vito. That's a difficult one. It's a difficult one.
Myth asks, what is Vito's favorite candle scent, and what is Croc's favorite candle scent?
Oh God.
And then in brackets, also Coke and Sub conspired against me, and I didn't know. I didn't want to know Vito's thoughts on arseless chaps.
All right. All right.
Hmm.
Candle scents. Huh? Okay.
It's a who do you believe situation on the chaps. It's tough.
Yeah, it's word against word, right? It's difficult. Fucking candle scents. Pistachio. Pistachio for Vito.
What?
What? What's wrong with that?
Okay.
There's nothing wrong with pistachio scented candles, is there?
Yes.
What's
like
wrong with that?
You could have picked anything else, and you picked pistachio scented candles.
Yes, of course.
You could
Do
have
they make
gone with like.
pistachio scented candles?
If they don't, they should.
They probably do, but it's not common. You could have gone with like fresh linen or wood or whatever, sandalwood, whatever the fuck, a forest. And you
You
went
want
with
pistachio.
pistachio.
It's
I don't know what a
boring.
pistachio smells like.
You know for a fact Juno would not let pistachio candles into that fucking house.
Then he'd light pistachio scented candles secretly. Then behind her back. Pistachio, for sure for Vito. 100%.
Wow.
100%.
Pistachio.
100%. Yeah, me IRL, I don't buy scented candles. What do you think I am? Who does that? Who buys scented candles? I don't do that. I light incense. That's what I do. If I have to light anything at all, I do incense. If you buy scented candles, you're crazy. You are crazy. All right, you're just out of your mind.
I have 2 candles sitting on my desk right now.
Okay. Well,
Also a big scented candle guy.
okay. You both
You
fucking.
wouldn't think it, but I love them.
I just insulted like 98% of like the population of the planet by saying that. I'm aware of that, all right? But still. I'm an incense guy.
Enjoy that. There's still an assless chaps argument happening in chat. Oh god. BioBird 1026 asks, going back to Vito transcending time and space, how does Vito feel about Heisenberg's uncertainty principle? You cannot know both the exact position and speed at the same time.
That's one of the most bizarre things I've ever seen in science. It's absolute. Wait, is this a Vito or Croc question? My bad.
It is It is a how does Vito feel about Heisenberg's uncertainty principle?
Oh, okay. Well, does it provide value for the family? If the answer is no, then he does not feel about it, I guess. So there you go. You have the answer. You have it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. All right. He doesn't find it funny. He doesn't like it. He doesn't want to spend more time with it. I love that meme. I love that that's becoming a meme.
So good.
He doesn't find it funny. That's so fucking good.
Treefell asks, hypothetically and theoretically, would Vito teach Juno to sing in the 5 years?
Oh. Ooh. would theoretically here would Saturn consider playing Juno less tone deaf? Theoretically speaking here.
I'm sorry, what was that question?
Would Saturn consider playing Juno as less tone deaf?
Sure, why not? Sure.
All right, clock it in.
I need to dip for a few minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I'll be back if you guys are still continuing it, but I have to go.
Yeah, no problem, no problem.
Okay. All right.
Bye,
Well, good luck.
Saturn.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Thank
Bye,
you.
chat. Okay, where am I going? I'm going there. All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Treefell asks. Oh, wait. No. That was the one you just read. Coke Fever asks, asking for Tiny, would you consider playing some Dead by Daylight with him? I got you, Tiny. I like Dead by Daylight. I do like Dead by Daylight.
Wait, so the question is, would I consider playing Dead by Daylight with you?
Yeah.
Yeah, of
Coke
course.
was asking on my behalf there.
Fuck yeah. Let's play
Yeah,
some Dead by
fuck
Daylight
yeah.
sometimes. I got no problem. Yeah, fuck yeah. I'm down with playing shit all the time.
Have you played it before?
I don't think I have. No. It sounds so familiar though, because I think like I've seen so many like ads for it and like just
Yeah.
people talk about it. But I don't think I've actually played it. No.
Yeah, your brother hasn't played it either. He was telling me.
Yeah. I don't think he's played it either. And I got space on that on my hard drive, but not for Fortnite. But I could definitely install Dead by Daylight.
Fuck yeah.
Shut up.
Okay. Kino asking for Coke. Coke or Pepsi?
Coke. Bro, Coke. 100%. It's okay. Should we do like a poll? I feel like this needs to be polled, right? Because for some reason I feel like the Coke lovers definitely outnumber the Pepsi lovers. Definitely. Right? Am I crazy in saying that?
It's interesting. You never know.
I guess you never know for real. Like
That's
I
right.
only drink Pepsi if it's the only option I got. I would never be caught fucking dead going out and buying a can of Pepsi. Like never. To be fair, I haven't drank a lot of Coke in recent times as well. The last 6 months for me, I think I've had like maybe 3 Cokes, which is crazy. I used to drink a lot of Coke, but I stopped drinking. It's definitely not good for you guys. It's definitely not good for you. But if I'm drinking one of the two here, then I'm definitely picking Pepsi. Sorry, Coke. Definitely drinking Coke, 100%.
Oh, I don't know now.
Was that a slip? Did I just
Yeah.
like a Freudian slip or something?
I think
Was
it's
it
a
what they call it?
front.
I can't believe it. This guy, yeah, there's a poll. There's a poll up, guys. There's a poll. Vote. Fuck it, I'm voting myself here. Yeah, it's already one-sided.
Yeah,
Look at
it's
that.
true.
That's
That is
heavy Coke. Heavy Coke lovers. Who was asking the question, by the way?
Oh, that one was Kino.
Kino? Okay, all right. Oh, Canada Dry Ginger Ale, Shay? Yes. I fucking love ginger ale. Hell yeah. You probably drink club soda and go, after every sip. Shut up, Halsey. What are you talking? I hate club soda. I hate it. I hate it.
Ooh, yeah, it's looking like Coke.
Yeah, by far here too. By far.
The next question is by CSK Sammy. Will Vito ever repay his side of the debt for the house?
Well, seeing as we probably would have been forced to mortgage it or like just sell it or whatever you do with. No, the answer is no. I'm not gonna fucking pay for that. Fuck that. Imagine I carry that over and then I just immediately start grinding on 4.0. Like I gotta pay this debt. I gotta pay this debt. I gotta pay this debt. Crazy.
Ooh, this next one. By Danish. Jorah, Lorahan, Bramble, and Dave are hanging off a cliff. Who do you, Croc, save?
Jura, Lauren, Dave, and who?
Bramble.
Bramble. The four of them are hanging off a cliff?
That's right.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is an impossible question to answer. This is an impossible question to answer. I'd grow four arms. No, I'd grow 4 arms in addition to the 2 I already have. Okay? And I would just, fucking grab all 4 of them with 1 arm each, and then the other 2 would hang on to the side of the cliff. And if I can't save them all, then I'm falling with them. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. It's the only reasonable thing I could think of. If I can't save them all, then I'm going down with them. Fuck it.
Our next one's from Emily. Since it's been more than 100 years since Azari and Sunny, is it possible that there are distant or not so distant DiCenzo cousins out there, ones that share the name?
Yes, it's definitely possible. I think we kind of there were cousin DiCenzos even on WildRP. We had cousin DiCenzos. We had people play DiCenzo cousins in WildRP. It was near the beginning actually. So Vinny DiCenzo was one of our cousins. We also have Maria DiCenzo. But ever since then, we haven't had anybody else play a DiCenzo, really a DiCenzo. And we want to, obviously, if something like that were to happen, if somebody were to play a DiCenzo, it would have to be, well, you kind of have to run it by us kind of thing, right? Make sure that it kind of aligns with things that we have in terms of lore and stuff like that. But yeah, there's cousins. There's extended family with the name. And we'd also have to fully trust the role player in order to play a DiCenzo because, again, yeah, it kind of has to be true to the lore and all that. But yeah, there's that. It's not only possible. I would say yes. Definitively yes. There is extended family with the DiCenzo name. Yes.
I might be remembering this wrong, but I think originally that was something we were in talks about, right? I think maybe it was me and Z about coming, and then I was like, no, I have time. I have a character over there already. I was like, maybe we could just have me realize I'm a cousin of yours or something like that.
Yeah.
I remember we were trying to spitball how I would come on to NoPixel when because you guys were already started.
I remember that. I don't know if I was a part of it, but or it's like maybe Z mentioned it to me or something. But I do remember something about that coming through.
So it was like, oh, you could come in as a cousin, like a cousin of the DiCenzos and stuff. And I was like, we'll do a little of both, man. I'll bring back my old character and we'll just say fuck it, like 3 times twice removed.
3 times twice removed. I love it. I love it. Eagle is now, but Eagle is not a DiCenzo though. She's a political. Like she's got. It's like a.
You're gonna say political marriage.
No, no. It's a political marriage. She was an asset. No, I'm kidding. No, you know what I mean. Like she's politically a DiCenzo now, but not like a blood DiCenzo. Yeah. Not like a blood DiCenzo.
IRZ1375 wants to know, who do you really miss RPing with from Wild? And what would you say was Sunny's happiest time and saddest time in Wild?
I'll start with the last part first, then I guess. Happiest time in Wild was when we had the fucking burrows. That was the culmination of everything we had ever wanted in like the DiCenzo story, in WildRP. One of our goals when we first set out to like create the family and all that with Cesare and Sunny, we were like, we want to eventually have it so that we have so many people that they could literally branch off and make their own families. Kind of like what happens in The Godfather, where like Clemenza then afterwards goes on and makes his own family, and Tessio or whatever, you know, they go and do their own thing, and you know, like the point of it all was kind of like to enable people to become their own leaders, and to eventually create their own thing. So when we had the Burrows, it was like the beginning of that, and it was so good to see. We literally had like 3 mini factions within the DiCenzos, and it was all like that was a proud moment for us. It was so good because we were like, dude, look where we went, look where we came. Like where we came from and how we ended up. It was just Sunny and Cesare at first. It was just me and him. And now there's 30 fucking people and they're doing their own thing, and it's possible they'll start their own family. We're creating leaders. We're creating more roleplay. We're inspiring roleplay. We're inspiring people to do their own thing. That was absolutely fucking beautiful to see. Yeah. It was fantastic. And then, well, the whole Burroughs thing kind of died down a little bit, and there was, you know, the rules and all that changed in Wild, and that influenced all of that, unfortunately. But eventually with Amadeo also actually breaking off and making the Moretti family, that was also a very happy moment for me. And I think I also speak on Z's behalf with this stuff, when how happy and proud we were of shit like that. But Amadeo creating the Moretti family was also fucking huge for us. Because, again, it was a culmination of all of it. Like, them breaking off, doing their own thing, but also still being loyal to where they came from, which was us. Fucking beautiful culmination of RP in so many ways. So yeah, Sunny's moments of happiness, definitely that. Saddest moments, there's too many to list. I mean, Sunny went through so many tragedies with the family as well, and it was crazy. So many sad moments. I think the saddest moments, though, will definitely be losing family members. And I say losing family members, I don't necessarily mean death. Though we had plenty of people perma. Like Olivia's death, super sad, super fucking sad. When we lost Vinny or cut, so many people, John O'Toole dying, so many people that fucking permit. So many deaths. That's definitely sad. But the saddest thing of all was when people betrayed the family. People that were trusted and turned their back and actually betrayed the family. Absolutely heartbreaking. There's good examples of that. It didn't happen often, thankfully, but we did have moments where it was like, fuck, man, that hurt. That really hurt. The characters, obviously, right? That really hurt. Because you spend a lot of time with somebody, and you spend a lot of building up RP, and it was great RP. Don't get me wrong with the whole betrayal, even, but it was great RP in a sad way, right? Because you have somebody betraying you, right? You have somebody betraying you, and then that definitely hurts. And we have good examples of that. I don't necessarily want to go through too many names, but one of the meme ones that became a meme a little bit was Gio the Rat. Yeah, for sure. Gio the Rat was a big one. That one hurt. That one really hurt. It was really sad for Sunny and Cesare. And there's others. There's others that have done similar things. Yeah.
Honcho asks, the best line or quote you heard from any character in RP?
Best line or quote that I've heard from any character in RP. Ooh. Ooh. My lord. I think I have to think about that one a little bit. Fuck. That's hard to just kind of pick one out suddenly.
Yeah.
Woo! By Tiny Tony. Cooking meth, baby. Woo!
Bro, that one was so funny. The very first woo that ever happened. I look back
Yeah.
on very fondly. That was to Vito.
It's so good, dude. I think it was in a car. You were in a car, right? Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
What's it? You were like, I called you, you didn't answer, and you texted, "Is it important?" And I just called you again.
Yeah.
Oh, it was when you and Juno were officially going to become dating.
Oh, okay. By the pond. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
right,
you guys
right.
were by the pond. You had just asked her to like officially be dating, and then your phone rang like almost immediately.
Typical. Typical.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah.
And you're like, I remember seeing it from your side. Somebody sent me the clip, and you were like, I think this might be an emergency. I asked if it is, and he's calling again. Just hold on. And then you do the whole thing where it's like, I'm cooking met baby. Woo!
That broke me.
Oh,
That
Steph
fucking
says,
broke-
oh, no, Steph said you were in a fight with Juno at the time about how she felt you were treating the family as more important than her, and then your phone rang.
Oh my god.
I
That's
think it
even
was
worse.
on the day of you guys going out, but it was like, yeah, that was the moment.
So in the middle of a
And
fight.
she said you better not answer that phone, and you told her it was an emergency. And then I remember you answer it, that all happens, and you walk back, and you're like, it wasn't an emergency. It's fucking dying. It was so good.
Oh, that's too funny, dude. I love how Steph is like correcting us here. Like,
Oh, yeah. She's a Vino lore master.
oh god, I love it. I love it. But I mean, that is an iconic line for sure. That woo, that's fucking great. There was another moment where you were in a car, you like drove past, and you were like, "Hey, Vito, what do you know? What's up?" And I'm like, not much. And what's up with you, Tiny? He's like, "I'm about to go cook." Woo! Just drove off, like sped away. It's so funny. It was so funny. Oh man, but go ahead.
I was gonna just say the people fucking die line. I know everybody feels that one's very iconic. I know it's not from like another RP, or it's from you, but that line
Yeah.
has always been so fucking cool to look back on.
Yeah. I didn't think that line would be so quoted as as it is now, I guess. But yeah, that was a good one.
Your delivery on that line is what made it, man.
You think so? Yeah.
Epic, like Wild West fucking moment.
Yeah. That was a whole interesting meeting for sure. But fuck, from other people, man, it's difficult. It's difficult for me to pick one out. Lucha said some great lines, but I can't think of any one specific right now. I know Lucha's gotten me sat me down on my ass sometimes with some of the shit he says. It's difficult. And there's other people that have said incredible lines as well. I mean, Peppo himself has been incredible with some of the RP he delivers as well. He's got great dialogue. Even on like Kettleman and Wild and stuff like that is great. L'amore famale aglifari. Yeah, this friendship with Oliver's cracked open, his head cracked open. Oof, that was a good one. I don't know. I'd have to think on it. If I'm permitted, I could perhaps answer this in text afterwards. I have to think about it. It's difficult for me to pull one up out of nowhere right now.
Z-Track asks, do you have any hidden talents?
Do I have any hidden talents? Fuck. I don't know. No? No? I don't think so. No. Fuck them kids is a good quote for sure.
Oh yeah.
I'm all dick, no physique.
Dude, Pearly had great
Yeah,
lines.
Pearly had great lines for sure.
He had great lines, Rob. The best was with him was from outside the family. He seemed completely unapproachable. You could not just walk up and talk to Pearly. You had to like be already interacting with a DC member to interact with Pearly,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
which I always found so funny. Like it was just so well played how like intimidating he was.
Yeah, he is intimidating. Pearly's super intimidating. I love it. I love it.
Yeah. When he came to NoPixel, it was so weird because I was his capo, and when I'd ask like Luch and stuff, I'd be like, "What do you want me to have him do?" And I'd be like, "Find work for him," and so I'd have to go and tell Pearly like what to do, and I was just like, "This feels so weird. I can't fucking do this." I think I wound up being like, "Do whatever you want, do whatever you want, Percy." I don't know. I feel weird giving you orders. Like it feels just very wrong.
It's like out of place a little bit. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I
know
was
what
like,
you
this
mean.
is so because he's still doing the same voice. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
like,
It's the same
oh, I
way.
can't. I feel like I'm talking to Pearly right now. I feel like I'm about to die if I fucking boss you around right now. Like Lorenzo, I'm like, go fucking chop a car for me. What the fuck are you doing here? And then I see Pearly. I'm like, you're doing great, Pearly. You do whatever you want. Next question is from Myth. What is Vito's blood type?
Oh my god, these questions. Myth Myth keeps catching me on the things I just haven't thought of. What blood type is Vito? Oh my god. What could we're just gonna we're gonna fuck. How we're just gonna go with A positive, all right? Just the A positive, okay?
Going with that A plus.
A plus, yeah. A plus. Did it come with Juno's liver transplant? I don't remember if it I don't remember. Do I know about blood type stereotypes? No. Is that also like a horoscope thing? You're an A positive? Oh yeah, you're gonna be rich in the next 3 years. B negative? I thought of him as a B negative guy, but okay. Love that, Claire.
Ladies and gentlemen, and crocs of all ages, we've come to our last question.
Oh boy.
It is a two-parter
Ooh.
by Grell. First part, what does Vito do when he stays home for the day?
He shit. He watches the X-Files on repeat.
Ooh, X-Files fan. All right. Pick that up from Juno.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, I'll roll with that. I'll roll with that. He plays guitar. He doesn't play video games. He's not a gamer. Although I sneak in a little bit of gaming stuff in there every once in a while. But he's not a gamer. Probably just watches TV and reads books and fucking plays guitar and draws angles and shit. I don't know.
All right, that's fair. And the second part, when Juno asked if Vito wanted to visit Saint Denis, why did he say no?
When Juno asked if Vito wanted to visit Saint Denis, why did he say no? Well, because there's nothing for us in Saint Denis anymore. Somebody's, it's a place that we can like visit in terms of, every once in a while you visit maybe for vacation or for some other reason, but it's not like you go back. We're not going back to live in Santini. We're not going back for any long-term period of time, right? People are now saying because draw angles is I did leave it in the mailbox. Badly drawn angles. But yeah, he just didn't want to go. It kind of feels like going backwards, I think that's probably the mindset he has. Going back to Santini is going back in time a little bit, and it's just like, let's go somewhere else, somewhere new. So that's why he didn't want to go back to Santini. Nothing else to it though. Nothing deeper than that. Let's remember that that at this point in time we've lost all things that were DiCenzo, legacy DiCenzo stuff. There's the house doesn't belong to us anymore. That was all taken. So there's literally nothing there to go back to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Steph. Steph's in the chat. Who's your favorite Vito enthusiast? And why is it me? Appreciate the love, Steph.
That's it.
That's it.
That's all of the Discord questions.
You've done it. Well, shit. That was a lot of questions, but there's a lot of worm questions. There was a lot of worm questions.
There's a lot of worm questions, yeah.
Oh my God, Kathy, thank you so much for fucking 25 gifted subs. Thank you. Thank you so much, Kathy. Appreciate you.
How does it feel? Your first Q&A.
My first Q&A. Felt good. I really appreciate the questions, everybody. It's a lot of fun. I think there's some interesting questions there that even had me. You guys had me on the ropes with some of them as well. Myth, I ain't looking at you, but yeah, it was you. A lot of questions had me on the ropes there. I didn't know what to say, didn't know how to answer. Who the fuck thinks of these things, man? Who thinks of that for their character? Who does that? There's a lot of worm questions. But yeah, no, it was a lot of fun. I really appreciate you guys asking the questions, being here, checking them out, listening. I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. And obviously, thank you for hosting Tiny and Saturn as well. She's not here, but I'll send her y'all's regards as well. Thank you guys for hosting. I really appreciate it. Thank you for taking the time.
Of course, it was an honor.
Thank you. But yeah, let's wrap it up. Yeah, thank you, Tiny. Appreciate you.
Of course. You did fantastic, if I say so myself.
Thank you very much.
And great questions by the community. What can you say?
Indeed. All right, let's read the photo. Let's read the photo book. I'm gonna read that photo book on stream, and then we'll wrap up. All right. All right, Tiny. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you again, and I'll catch you later.
Of course. Okay? Anytime. Take care, chat. Bye, everybody. Enjoy the book.
Bye. All right, guys. All right, let's read this book. I actually do have it open up. I actually want to show you guys a couple of things. So bear with me here just a little bit. Before I show the book, I want to show you guys a little sneak peek of Vito in 4.0. So we got the book open up. All right? We got the book open up. And we'll read that here in a second. But over here, these two images, these are Vito. These are Vito in 4.0. You guys... I got him looking exactly like he does in 3.0, so it's not like anything new is gonna pop up here, right? But all right, let's check out Vito real quick first, and then we'll check out the book. Dave, yeah, it's about fucking time. It's Vito, guys. It's Vito. I don't know. I got it pretty down. Am I right? That's pretty much fucking Vito. That's pretty much Vito. All I can see is the schnoz. The nose looks a little bit different. Oh, the graphics are an upgrade and a half for sure. Jeez. Did the nose grow? Saturn was saying the same thing, but check this out. When I actually loaded into the game, it didn't look as big as it does now. It didn't look as big as it does now. All right? It actually looks normal in the game, like rendered in the game, your full character and all that. It's it looks different. It looks different. But that's Vito. And then you guys are gonna now you're gonna see the side profile. So the schnoz there is very apparent. The schnoz there is very, very apparent. But that's a side profile. That is a side profile of Vito. Where does chin go? It's not so much the chin is missing, is anything, but it's the beak that just overshadows the chin. All right. But these are frontal and profile pictures. The nose, it's not as big as you guys are gonna. You'll see tomorrow. I haven't changed a thing. It's exactly as it's pictured here, but you guys will see tomorrow. It doesn't look that big. All right, relax. We're all good. But it's Vito. It's Vito. It's our boy Vito. So there we go. All right, let's check this out. I do want to put on some music here in a second. Just give me a little bit. Hold up. The beak is genetic and we love it. I have not made my cop character. No, I have not made my cop character. I will eventually. His eyes are green, so it's like a dark green. I had lighter green eyes in I had lighter green eyes in 3.0, but I made them darker this time. I'm not sure if Tiny's podcast is still happening. I am not sure. Is there a way for me to like full screen this and then like click off to this? Oh, never mind, I guess. Okay. So we got through all of these. These are fantastic pictures. Where were we? I don't remember where we were in the book, in character, in game, I mean. I think we were around here, maybe? I think right here is where we were. So we have Amadeo and Betty. The Marinara Mimical. Amadeo and Pearly. Besties till the end. Love it. I love it. Cesare and Capitano. This little note thing here. Love is bad for business. And it's fucking great. Yeah, here we go. Okay. A flock of wild DiCenzos. I love it. Pearly and Sergio. Meeting at the bar. Yeah, meeting at the bar. Fuck yeah. Sergio the Beak and Lucky Solano. A button meeting at the dock. Beautiful. Coming home after Mount Hagen conquered us. Oh, yes, baby. This was so good, dude. We had that crazy long shootout at Mount Hagen, and then we all walked down, and we were like tired as hell. The mountain had fucked us, and then a train comes by at the right time and takes us back to the city. It was perfect. It was absolutely perfect. We got Sissy, we got Carlo. I'm guessing that's Tony Salerno. Winchester. Woo Corleone, baby, let's go. Woo and Corleone, let's go. And then the brothers, Cesare and Sonny. Fantastic, dude. These pictures are so good, man. To be honest, yeah. I hear that all the time, dude. The to be honest from Tony is so good. The Wallaby Kid, amigo nostro, nemici nostros. We got enemies on the right. We got friends on the left. So the Wallaby Kid, hell yeah. Gavin Summers, yeah. What's this? Heard something you may want to hear. Write me if you and yours can talk tonight. Location and time may be urgent. To clarify, it's not about the bastards. Fort Buddy. That was from Gavin Summers. Savin Gummers. And then we have Nana. Who is this? Is this Moxie? I'm pretty sure it's Moxie. Yeah, it's Moxie. And Peaches. These were our only friends. These were our only friends. Jesus. Yeah, and look at how bare the friends list is compared to the enemies. Yup. We had a lot of enemies. Fuck, we had so many enemies in Wild throughout the years. So many. So we start with Jabas. Sorry, Sandbass. This is Sandbass. And then we have Jabas right here. So Sandbass, Jabas, Jack Kettleman, Mills. Oof, Sandbass dead. Oh, that was a big moment there. The Bastards, Kettleman Gang. Oh, this is so good, dude. These pictures are fantastic. Effie Mae Braithwaite. Wei. This is Wei from Taipan. Oh, that's so good, dude. Who is this? Oh, that's Clara. It's Clara Carter for sure. Marty Malone. Yes. Law Dog. Goddamn. Clara the journalist. Robbie Gold. Yeah, he was our enemy. Even when we had already wrapped up the whole thing with Lang Gang, Robbie was still our enemy for some time. Goldie. Is that Goldie? And what does that say? Did I say these chestnuts? The chestnuts? I think she said something like that. I think she called us that, right? Pretty sure that was her. Then we have Drew Peters and Annabelle. Oh, Annabelle was one of our enemies as well, yeah. She always got the house dirty enemy of the family. That's funny. Man, Drew Peters and Annabelle as well, yeah. Annabelle, we had a huge... One of the first, like, big West versus East wars was with Annabelle, actually. So, crazy. Love it, dude. I love it. I love it. Nana is one of our enemy, one of our friends here. That's so funny. Hell yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, boy. Great song. Bad timing for the song, though. Oh, here we go. The letter. The letter. My dearest brother, I find myself struggling to cope with your absence. A piece of me, my other half, is now irrecoverably gone, and in its place is a void that is slowly filled with a loathing that I find difficult to control. Together, you and I were the embodiment of our strength, the unwavering pillars upon which our family rested. Your loss has left me shattered, questioning the very fabric of the empire we built together. But I promise you, dear brother, that I will find the strength to carry forth the DiCenzo legacy. You believed in the power of our name, in its ability to endure even in the face of the harshest storms. I will honor that belief with every fabric of my being. Rest assured that our family's name will not perish. I will do whatever I must to ensure that it lives on, no matter what sacrifice I may need to make, no matter what love I must find or feign. We will live on. The lessons we learned together through blood and fire, they will be passed on into eternity. This Cosa Nostra will stand the test of time. I swear it upon the remains of my own life, and upon what is now past of yours. Tutto per la famiglia. Per nostra legato. I have work to do, and it starts with those who did this to you. Rest easy, fratello mio. Damn. God damn. God damn. Myth audiobook when though? When I learn to read, bro. When I learn to read, I'll let you know. And then we can talk about audiobooks, alright? This is incredible. This book is absolutely incredible. To those that put this together, I absolutely salute you. This is fantastic. I am not 100% sure of who put it together, except for maybe a name or two that I'm fairly certain. But this is great. This really speaks to our legacy. Legacy has been a core pillar of the things that we have wanted to do in roleplay and just in general with the DiCenzo name, right? So it's fucking fantastic. Who wrote the letter? That is the question, isn't it? Who wrote the letter? Who wrote it? We don't know. We do not know. Jura, Loran, and Dave. Ah, oh, fantastic. Fantastic. It's a great fucking job, Dave, Jura, Loran. Thank you so much for putting this together. This is a work of art. This, guys, hear me out, Dave. Hear me out. If this could be made into an actual item, all right, I would buy it. And I'm fairly certain other people would fucking buy it, all right? If this could be printed into a fucking book, I would buy this, like, immediately. Immediately. This is incredible, incredible. Z said the same thing. It's true, dude. It's absolutely true. It is absolutely true. Man. It should be in the merch store. It really should. We'll see you in the new year. Hey, Dave. This is beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. It gives me chills to look at these pictures, especially from the perspective of like Vito and Luch seeing this. Quite literally, our the birth of the DiCenzo name is right here in this book. Eve would burn the pictures of Sonny? Why? Why would Eve burn the pictures of Sonny? Crazy, man. Crazy. Absolutely crazy, this. So well put together. Luke, so I actually went and tried to understand what you meant for por nuestro legado and figures for yes, for our legacy. If so, it should be per la nostra heredita. Or heredita, sorry. Just putting it out there. Oh shit. Fuck. Okay, well, Luke, we're gonna have to hire Luke as our consultant for getting Italian right, dude, because we obviously don't know enough Italian for that. That's actually not a bad idea, Luke. Do you mind if I reach out to you every once in a while and ask you like, yo, how would be the correct way to say this or that? That would actually be a huge help. Absolutely, hell yeah, Luke. Fucking hell yeah. All right, I got you. Appreciate that. Pocket Italian. All right, guys. Well, look, thank you all so much for showing up to the QA. I really appreciate it. Again, I appreciate your questions. appreciate you guys coming in, interacting, having a great time. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you again to Tiny and Saturn for hosting it. It's been fantastic. They were great hosts. I should stream some CS2 and test out the new PC. Nah, not tonight. Not tonight. I will eventually test out some other things though. I still got to install a bunch of stuff. I still got to get it all set up. Are 100% serious questions. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Have a great rest of your nights. I'm gonna send you guys over to Z, who's still having his subathon. God, I hope he's done by the new year. Never mind. I hope he isn't done. I hope you guys keep him going for forever. Keep Z going for forever. All right. I'm gonna send you guys over to Z. Tell him we send our love. Okay. Have a great night, and I might catch you over there. If he's still doing variety, I might join for some variety, so you might see me on Z's stream as well. But if not, I'll catch you later. Have a great night. I'll definitely catch you tomorrow for 4.0, baby. 4.0, 100% I'm going to stream it. I hope I don't get stuck in a queue for like 8 hours. But as soon as I get in, I'll definitely start up the stream, all right? Take care, guys. Yeah, I'm going to be live for the release. If I get in, I hope. If not, we'll have to wait until we get in. But have a good one, guys. I'm going to leave you with some nice little tunes and send you over to Z in a sec. Ciao, ciao.